GIFs I'll get. But go on. Let's start.
Yeah, y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So, last week we left off, the art club had ventured into the depths of the maelstrom, clashed with the colossal dragon turtle that awaited them, seemingly dwelling or even guarding this colossal wall of water that seemed to rise up into the sky amidst the raging storm around you. You battled with this beast and truthfully made mincemeat of it and your would-be pursuers who arrived just in time to get themselves blasted into the depths. You saw Ferric escaping the sinking ship and attempting to water walk his way to your vessel, just barely falling out of reach as the Blue Glory sailed into this rising waterfall. You guys found yourselves violently transported up this almost geyser-like shaft of water before you found yourselves floating, falling. You weren't quite sure until finally the Blue Glory emerged, erupting from beneath the surface of this large lake. Getting your bearings, you now look around. You see jagged mountains, hills, clusters of trees and forest, and in the sky and horizon around you, the whirling vortex of what you could only suppose to be the maelstrom itself. And above you, shadows drifting overhead as you see these colossal floating islands, each slowly rotating, drifting on their own. In fact, why don't I show you a bit more clearly what you see? If you're in the Roll20.
Oh, boy.
As you gaze up at these islands, each higher rising up than the last, until you see one small, non-moving one, the highest of them all, at the apex of this colossal storm.
Would that be the purplish one?
Yeah, the one at the top. They're in ascending order.
Okay.
And
So-
from above it's a faint daylight seemingly raining down, providing the visibility that you now have, though everything remains gray with occasional flashes of purple from the lightning beyond the island. And for reference, you guys are currently on the bottom one. What do you all wish to do? Currently, the crew is going around seeing what damage the ship can be repaired and taking a head count.
So, we came up this lake. Surrounding the lake is water just falling off to the sides. Are we in a little valley, a cove? What is it?
You're surrounded by jagged mountains. It looks like you're in this kind of circular valley area where you see areas beyond where these massive cliffs rise up to seemingly different portions of the same island. This almost exaggerated rocky mountainous terrain mixed with pockets of dense forest and grassland surrounding you. You see from where you are, you can't see the edge of the island you're on. You cannot see down into whatever might be below it. You only see the terrain around you.
Okay.
Zach was just gonna look outside the boat and take a scan of any wildlife.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Moving. Don't know why it was with advantage.
You'll just take the first roll. You gaze out and at first you don't see anything, though in the distance, far beyond you think you see the shape of some kind of bird. Two of them flying by.
How's the top deck of the ship look? Is it messed up? Is it...
It is partially destroyed from the attack from the dragon turtle. Bits of wood are cracked, splintered. There's areas where the wood is almost not charred, but boiled, as it's almost this kind of almost similar to rotting, where it just kind of falls apart. I don't know what happens when you boil wood, but it's not good for the ship. This is the English. Anyway, you see the crew going around tending to whatever debris, or most of them have headed below deck to clear out water, patch things up, make sure the ship doesn't sink back into the lake.
Do I see, or does Pip see Usaira?
Currently, yes, you would. She seems to be going around talking, taking a head count. Like have you seen Nanda? We don't know if he fell, and she's kind of just trying to round everyone up. You do recall that she was the first mates to Fallon Drift.
Right. Usaira?
Yana turns. You see, like, the normal, like, well-kept, fluffy hair is just wet, like, dripping in front of her face. She looks like she's stepped out of the ring. All, like, the feathers, the flamboyant clothes just, like, slopped down.
Oh my, here. Pip snaps and prestidigitates her clean.
Oh. The water kind of shoots off of her. She's, oh, thank you.
Snaps. I do it to myself. I take my hat off. I'm afraid I have some bad news.
I am aware the captain is not on board.
But he'll come back.
We'll
He's
find
a wily
him.
one. Yes.
He must be out there somewhere. And you hear from... Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Oh, you hear from a short distance away on the deck. Aye, and he truly shall be missed. Rest his soul, may it find peace. What shall we do now? You see some of the crew just kind of look at him. Some chuckle slightly, but most just kind of give him the death stare and go about their business.
That was wildly inappropriate, Jasper.
I don't care anymore. And he just holds his hands out and gestures to the area around you.
Kakori?
Nothing.
Well, we lost our scout. Hey.
Tara just kind of sighs. I will focus the men on getting the ship repaired and perhaps getting us closer to shore.
Wait a minute. And dog! Pip dog!
Nothing.
No, he's just below deck.
The sounds of the wet slapping and scraping as two dog heads soaked poke their heads up from below deck, and one just looks at you.
Come here, boy.
And runs. The wet dog smell mixed with the horrible sea spray. It pounces on you. And you watch like he just stands there and just shakes. And like this whole wave of water, like being hit with a sprinkler, just washes off everyone around him. Ysira and Pip are re-wet.
Snap. Just prestidigitate both of us again.
It's not like you see it coming, and you snap twice, and the water just like hits a wall in front of you and just falls in the deck.
And then Pip will spend the next couple minutes going around and prestidigitating everyone dry, so that at least they feel a little more comfortable.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you go kind of below deck, and you see there's man like bailing water out. You see a guy like pick up a fish that has just found its way into the boat, throws it out.
No! That's good food.
We'll catch it later. You see like barrels are being emptied with like all the water that's soaked into them. A bed has somehow found its way into the cargo hold. You don't know how, but yeah. So it's a house cleaning moment. You see Artevog is actually up and about, not on deck, but through the lower decks. He's kind of moving quickly in and out. It's almost uncomfortable how easily his spidery frame fits through these narrow staircases in boats. Like you see sometimes the legs will go on the ceiling, on the walls, as he just propels himself quickly through it. And everywhere he goes, putting patches, handing out rope, whatever needs to be done. And what are the rest of you guys doing?
How big is the lake that we're on right now?
Gazing out, you see you've got maybe you're kind of right in the center of it, and any direction you've got between 160 to 200 feet to shore.
Okay. First off, Maria's gonna pop a divine sense just to see if there's any shenanigans around us.
Okay. You throw out your divine sense, and it pretty much just encapsulates the boat. Nothing picks up that you can tell.
Okay. And she's gonna kind of scan around and see if there's any evidence of the crew that went missing, whether it be corpses, equipment floating around, or what have you.
Give me a perception check.
Nope.
No. I will say one thing to note is, like, you will, for one, you start looking, and then Pip Dog and Dog shakes, and you're just coated with water. It's in your face. Clean it out, then you look around. No sign of anyone nearby. I will note, any of the crew members who were slain during the battle, their bodies are nowhere to be found. You'd wager, in the fall, they came loose. But otherwise, there's no obvious sign of where the others might have gone.
Could Andor find a cannonball? Or like something just heavy, something with mass that would sink?
Easily, yeah.
So, if it happens to be a cannonball, he'll pick it up, cast light on it,
Alright.
and then throw it off and just see. Because Andor has a theory about how he actually got into this lake, and he's just trying to
get
catch
you.
it.
Alright. You drop it, and it falls through the kind of brown-blue murky water, and you see it like faintly illuminating, like it's dimmer, till I'd say you could tell between 50 and 70 feet or so. It's hard to see, but it stops sinking.
Oh, it stops sinking. So it's hit a bottom.
You don't see it's like the light's still there. It's not going away.
Oh, this place is fucked up, guys. Yeah, no, we're fucked. This is truly awful.
Why? What do you say that for?
We arrived to that conclusion already, buddy. One of the crews going by.
Well, obviously, we were rising up, were we not? The water around us. I thought we were sucked up into the island, but it turns out this lake has a bottom, so we were transported here magically or supernaturally.
Well, we were just supposed to go to the Maelstrom, right? So should we check in and see what we're supposed to do now, or?
It couldn't hurt. Although I do have a faint suspicion we should be heading up there, and Andor's going to point to the highest island.
I don't think we have enough information for this, but is there a connecting bridge or some sort of energy thingy magic stuff? Like a portal, in other words, that would connect us between?
If you're like physically looking for one, you don't see anything connecting between these islands. You do, I'd say, if you wait for a few moments, you notice they seem to be passing not entirely randomly, or like they're kind of floating in weird patterns, but you see occasionally they will like drift much closer to each other, then pass one another and get farther away, almost like an orbit. But that it's not like a circle, it just kind of bobs and goes around until it gets close to something.
Okay.
And it's slow, like you sit and wait for 10 minutes and you notice a couple are getting closer. Joey, you up to anything?
I think I'm still a bird.
Would you like to continue being a bird?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess while this is happening, Joey would do a fly around.
Okay.
Get a aerial view of what's going on.
All right. How far out are you flying? Are you staying over the lake or flying out farther?
I I'll see what I can see from over the lake first.
Okay. You fly up and try and get a view out over, and I will see. Roll me a perception check, and I think you have advantage with your eagle form.
Maybe I do. Forgot to pump this out. Giant eagle. I do have advantage.
Bada bing.
Bada boom.
Bang bang.
Feeling in your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. Wanna play adult melody? Anything?
Well, Kawhi. Oh, never mind.
What were you saying? Oh, okay. No? Real quick?
I'm just going to talk about the next action. So
Okay,
if you
cool.
want to go through this.
Alright, so you fly up, and your keen eagle eyes get a precise view of the area surrounding. I will say, first thing as an eagle you pick up, you notice you do see distant, like in the clusters of trees, maybe on a mountain, or in those areas, you see small blips of movement, like creatures just existing in their space. You do see it goes, these kind of jagged cliffs and areas rise up further, some partially blocking your view, but the ways you can see out, this island seems to be quite large, at least compared to the ones you're looking at above you, and then it just seems to drop, which isn't entirely surprising to you. You gaze around and you see there are a couple like jagged canyons or other areas that seem to have paths that leads to these other sections of the island. In the kind of valley you're surrounded by.
Okay. Joey will come back down.
Okay.
Or yeah, he'll come back down and he will tell everyone what he saw after transforming back into a normal Joey form. Yeah.
Joey returns and imparts to you the information that the eagle form saw.
So, alright, mates, what are we planning? Are we gonna, like, take a nice little nip? Are we gonna go out there exploring? I mean, I'm good to go for another, like, few hours, right? I got some like, kicking me, right? But I don't know how well you guys doing.
I can still go, but I know some of us took a beating, so we can take a rest if necessary, but
I definitely could take a little time, but I'm actually gonna go. Excuse me for a moment.
And Pip, I will walk away from the group and just walk straight into Falindrift's quarters.
Okay. Make your way
I'll just-
inside. Things have certainly been tossed around. Everything's bookshelves
will-
fallen over, beds shifted around.
I will definitely look around for any interesting items and or specifically my blue gemstone.
Roll an investigation check.
I could do that.
What'd you roll?
26.
26, okay. You go and begin looking around, and you're confident that the gem is not in this chamber. However, going amongst the possessions, you do find in this what once was like a mounting case for like viewing items that has fallen over, and like all the stuff inside is toppled around. You do see a long blade that is somewhat familiar to you. You recognize it as Andor's blade.
I'd pick it up and just hold it.
Well, what have we got in here?
Your new
Here
captain.
at the door, like leaning.
Your new captain, it seems. Yeah.
Almost would prefer the old one.
So you say?
If you've come to loot, I call dibs on half. I had the same idea.
No, didn't come to loot.
Then I
Mostly-
call dibs on all of it.
Technically, none of it is yours. This, however, Andor,
Yes.
I have something for you.
Alright. And I'll head over to where Pip's calling him.
I don't
yes.
care if Shiny Boots gets his sword back. I'm also meant everything that asshole owned. And you see he just goes over and starts looking through the same stuff you were looking through, picking through things. But Andor, you walk in and you see Pip holding up your the blade you gave away.
Does this mean I'm a Claremont now? Yeah.
Your form is all over the place, but we could work on that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. This might be unfixable.
Yeah.
Why is the top hand doing that?
He like cut off his own hand. He's
I feel kind of bad taking that off a dead man. Well, first of all, we don't even know he's...
Aye, let us agree, he's dead. Now that the matter's settled, you see he's like trying on hats in the side of the room, like shaking the water off of them.
I don't know about dead, but this is your family sword. You don't have to take it. Okay. Seems like somebody's pretty happy it's there.
Well, my father would have killed me if he found out that I lost it gambling.
How does it look, lads? As if completely oblivious to her conversation as he turns around. Several hats have been thrown aside, and you now see he is wearing it's almost like a Robin Hood or Peter Pan cap, but it's red with a white feather in it, and he's got it on his head. Hair's still wet, he still looks like shit, but now he has like this little bright Robin Hood hat on.
I'm going to be real with you here, and this isn't even because I dislike you. That does not look good.
That was a test, and you passed. He throws it. I'll be taking this one, and you see it's a heavily worn leather tricorn hat that seems to suit him a lot better.
Okay, I guess we're pilfering some hats. Just letting you know, Jasper. There's a certain lass on this boat who may not be too keen to see you wearing their captain's clothes.
I'm sure she has some coping to do. Wager they all do. But I'm certain that they'll get over it. Especially when the new captain leads them out of this mess. With your help, of course.
Okay.
Are we just going to let that pass?
I was.
Right, new captain it is.
New captain it is. Do me a favor, lads, and tell the crew I still have some looking around to do.
Oh, this one? No, not at all. Technically, you still owe me a favor.
What favor would that be?
Saving your life. Last I
Right,
checked,
favor repaid. I won't charge you for the return trip.
Like I thought, most life savings are kind of a lifetime deal, you know. I mean, it's up to you.
We'll talk it out.
I'm sure we will.
Alright, let me just kind of wrap my head around this. I've read a few books about this. This is a mutiny, no?
No mutiny if there's no captain, lad.
However,
Think of it as...
you're mutinying the first mate.
That's only if the crew considers her a worthy person in the position. I might be able to convince them.
Ysira!
Oh no.
What you go and do that for?
What, you want to know? I want to know. I want to know who's going to be leading the boat.
You're supposed to be helping me lead that. He kind of just rubs his head in his hands as she comes yes, but you really shouldn't all be and sees Jasper. What are you doing in here? Merely came to pay my respects to the late great. He's not dead. Well, I know we're all hopeful and lads, but he's not dead. I messaged him.
Aha!
Are you sure that the magic in this strange storm is working properly? He responded. Just stare. Like, you can't really see her eyes. She's just staring at him.
This is a tough one, but I would like to know, is she actually telling the truth, or is she... Okay, I guess not necessarily the truth. Did he really respond? I believe she messaged him, but did he really respond?
Make an insight check.
I clicked it. I don't know. There it is. 10 total.
You would have failed if I hadn't rolled a 2.
Oh.
For a
Okay.
total of 9. You, as she's saying that, there's... You notice she stammers slightly, and when she, like, presses the subject of, like, he's not dead, you see her, or, like, he responded, you see, like, her fists clench up briefly, as she tells him that.
You know,
Let me actually
Jasper,
roll for,
Oh.
Oh, so Jasper is going to insight that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? What do you wager he said? And I, first mate Pip, what did you have to speak to me about?
Excuse me? No, I am not leadership material.
You said it, not me.
No, I said I was the new captain, and I was just joking with that. Merely a jest, Usaira, just joking.
Hilarious.
I know. But I believe that he responded.
What did he say?
He said that he found himself somewhere in a lake on another part of the island, in a cave somewhere.
In a
Then-
lake, in a cave.
A rescue mission it shall be, to explore the island and find him.
I'm not sure one will be entirely necessary. I think our heartbroken lass here might be pulling our legs, in a sense.
Jasper has both his legs, right?
Yes.
He doesn't have a peg leg? Okay.
He just looks down, his leg's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, she
Minor
actually did
illusions.
Hmm. By the way,
Al?
Oh, sorry.
Well, if you believe that, then we will find them or we won't. Either way, we're not leaving a lake until we figure out how to explore the islands. Plural.
Couldn't agree more.
Aye. So, Captain Usaira, what's the mission?
My distaste for you grows day by day.
Oh, don't worry. I love you, Jasper, but it's okay.
He just silently just kind of looks to you, Andor, with just a look of like, he just like looks at you just like as a see what kind of look you give back, pretty much.
I just looks back like, I regret coming into this room. This whole situation is too tense for me.
You have a sword.
And the battle with the giant turtle in the middle of a storm was a bit softer.
Oh.
Yes, absolutely. I do much better in battle than social situations. That was way easier.
Yeah, thanks for coming out of here with a bottle, Captain Jasper.
Precisely what the fuck would you like me to have done?
Well, do you know how to man a harpoon?
No,
Can you throw a spear?
the sea bitch couldn't fit them.
Oh. I don't know how to tell you this. Jasper, you may want to sit down for this one.
He looks at the waterlogged bed. I think I'll stand.
Okay. Andor, do you want to tell him what we saw out the back behind the ship? Yeah,
Yes,
crazy.
Ysira
right?
has already left the conversation and seems to be going around speaking to crew members who cast looks towards the captain's quarters.
Mm-hmm.
I already told you I don't do well in social situations. Why would you do this to me?
I believe in you.
Alright, Jasper.
What more bad news could you possibly give me today?
Do you want me to just rip the band-aid off?
I think so.
What the fuck is a band-aid?
Oh, clearly only upper class people use them. All right. The sea bitch is destroyed completely and utterly. It seems someone happened to steal it and track us along the sea. Unbeknownst to us that it happened to be the sea bitch, we fired every harpoon we could into it. It is now at the bottom of the ocean.
For the record, they shot first.
You see, just as you still it more, it's the look of shock on his face. Ah! A hearty, deep laugh that makes him sound 10 years younger than he actually is bursts out. So the bitch finally sank beneath the waves, just like she wanted. You have
you're not-
improved my morale tenfold, Mr. Andor. I am greatly appreciative.
See, Andor?
Shut down! He just walks by, puts a hand on your shoulder, pats, like wheezes. Ugh. I feel much better about our situation now, thank you. God forbid I have that to go back to.
See, Andor, you just gotta believe.
You gotta believe.
Well, I'm gonna go, see if I can persuade anyone to take my side, since, neither of you seem to be up to the task. Options still open for you, Mr. Andor. Gratefully appreciative. He strides out of the captain's quarters.
You got it, Captain Oh, well, actually. I guess he's technically not a captain.
No, you had it right the first time. He
No,
shouts
well-
back.
The boat, bottom.
Yes. Yeah. I got that. Pip, real quick, did you believe Sarah when she talked? Is he alive?
How far away is Jasper?
You can wait for him to be out of earshot.
I will wait.
And
It doesn't take long.
To ask the question.
You're fine.
Pip is going, or I'd like to go back in through Fallon Drifts again, but this time looking for any papers that may have survived. Anything just to learn about Fallon Drift, pretty much. And while that's happening,
No, Andor, I don't know if he's actually alive. I don't think he actually responded. But personally, if Fallon Drift trusted her, I'm a little tempted to trust her more than Jasper.
Oh, that's not even a part of the question. I trust her tenfold over
You-
Jasper. More or less, she's a good first mate. You know, guys, I don't. Her and Fallon Drift were quite different in terms of their roles they served on the ship.
Mhm.
Yes, I do think that we should not let Jasper take over. It should go to her, but you could say I'm hesitant.
I don't think it's a decision for us. I think it's the crew's decision. We are merely passengers, and Jasper is, well, here.
Yes, precisely. It's not our decision to make.
Andor, you bless you.
What? What's up?
You looked around outside, right?
No, I saw Zappa take a look, and Joey did a circle around. I didn't quite get my eyes on anything.
You didn't. Oh,
Pip kind of puts an arm around your waist and kind of pulls you outside.
As you say that, the porthole door to the window just kind of just falls off the hinges, and you see outside.
And like,
there are floating islands up there, Andor.
Yes, no, I saw that. That's incredibly fucking hard to miss.
Oh,
I was so confused. Like, no, I haven't seen outside.
yeah,
yet.
I didn't look
What do you-
around. I was like,
what do you
oh,
mean?
okay. Well, let's do that then. I need you to make me a deal. and I'm gonna do the same thing for you.
All right.
Things like this kind of scare me. I will be very honest. Floating islands, magics like this, you can't control them. If I succumb to these islands through death, that's generally how it works. Please don't leave my body here.
Of course not.
Always just throw me into the bag of holding and just take me with you wherever you go. Like you don't need to do a burial or anything. You don't need to carry me. Like I don't want to be left on one of those floating pieces of rock because it just feels unnatural and I don't think I
Absolutely, of course. No, of course, Pip.
Look, so all you do is open the bag and just...
No, I can carry you. You're
Okay.
you're a carryable size.
He's too big. You gotta chop him up first.
It's okay. You can
Get him in the back.
I know what I am. I'm fun-sized.
Sending Pip back to Pops.
Meanwhile, as this covers,
Don't worry, Pip.
no, we'll get you home, Pip. I'll send you to Pops.
I
I
knew
won't
Zappa
leave
was
you
gonna
there.
try and eat me at some point.
That would. I feel like that just straight up revive Pip out of how much he does not want to go.
Oh my god.
The vibes come up.
He's like,
It's
don't
like,
worry,
nope,
I'll send him to
nope, nope.
Pops. The eyes just.
Nope, I'm good. I'm here. Whew, just a little tired.
I love it. Alright, meanwhile, as this conversation's been happening in Phalanger's room, the three of you up on the deck, are you up to anything in particular?
Maria's just kind of assisting with whatever repairs she can.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough. It's
Joey would be doing that too.
for sure. As you're kind of, getting your bearings, kind of up and down the deck as needed. At one point, you see Dorden come past you, and just like kind of waves the wand around, and with a gust of wind, you are similarly dry. He's like, woo, woo! Don't want you to get you too cold now. I don't remember my voice.
That's it.
Woo!
That's it.
Okay. And he goes to you, Joey, and he goes to do it, and he like stops. Do you prefer
I like being wet, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
righto? Whoosh, gets the spot on the floor below you. You're just dripping onto. Cleans it, and then goes and moves on to the next person. As your group is, partially doing their best to help lift up some of the rigging back into position. I'd say. Let me actually see passive perception real quick.
That's a perception.
Passive
That's
perception.
not very good.
Well, you're in the room.
24.
Yeah, you see all. Good Lord. Okay, then. Just Joey, out of the three of you. Joey, you see, and I'll say with your natural 20 earlier, in the direction of one of those canyon areas you saw, or at least probably even a bit beyond it, leading to another portion of the island, you see shooting up into the air this bright, bolt of white yellow light that seems to shoot up, gets a little ways into the sky before it seems to fizzle out.
Would I know what that could be? Like if it was magical or if it was like...
Make an Arcana check. With advantage, because I think... Okay, I want to answer because I don't want to spoil it. So go ahead. Advantage. F. No? It's likely some kind of magic.
Alright. Joey had pointed out to Maria.
Maria, you see it as well just before it seems to fizzle out and disperse. It seems to get a good distance up in the air.
It's on this island, though, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, all you can see are the bottoms of the islands above you, maybe like some of the sides. It seemed to go about 100 or so feet into the air before it stopped.
Did it look like divine?
It was a similar kind of white, yellowish energy that you associate with radiant light.
Well, it could be Hyserian. Maybe he's trying to signal us.
He's the one with like the hammer, right?
Yeah, he threw it at the dragon turtle. It was kind of cool and impressive for, just a hammer.
Yeah. He's kind of badass, right? Are we like wanting to go check that out? Because to be fair, Maria, there are like enemy teams out there, probably, because we took like a really long time to get here.
Yeah, but even if there are other teams here, I rode on the back of a dragon turtle. I'm not really worried about him.
I mean, but do we want to like seek him out, or we wanted to just like avoid that altogether?
Well, they do say keep your enemies close, and I'd rather have them close where we can keep an eye on them.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's right.
Almost as if right on cue says, "Do you have a moment? I'd like to speak to you about something." So, a wee bit of disagreement has come up between myself and the first mate, Yasaga. Personally, I think I am in a better position to take control of this vessel and help lead the crew and all of you out to safety, seeing the absence of our beloved Fallen Drift.
How
Would
many people
appreciate you. Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Would appreciate you. Go.
Go. No, you go.
Fuck. Okay.
I will stay silent.
I would appreciate the support and maybe put a good word in so that I can get these crew to operate securely. Wouldn't want any mutinies going around now, would we?
How many people are around us right now?
You see he's kind of walked up to you after, like, waiting for people to get away. There's, like, about 3 other guys on deck who seem occupied elsewhere, and you can still see at the end of the deck, in Phalandra's room, you can see, Pip and Andor.
Okay. Maria's gonna speak loudly enough, not like shouting, but loud enough to where she's gathering attention.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me get this straight. You wanna be captain, right?
I think I'm the best fit for the position. If everyone wants to make it home alive, he says, is like matching your volume.
So, the one that pussed out and was hanging out in the captain's quarters.
The smile,
while, while all of us were fighting for our lives, me riding on the back of a giant dragon turtle with Andor, I mean, you have to admit there's some flawed logic there. And don't get me wrong, Jasper. I like you. You're a cool guy. But I don't remember a lot about my father, but he was the first one to throw himself into battle. And that's why he was respected. So it's gonna be a no for me.
Oh, my beloved friend. Perhaps you could, teach Miss Maria here the error in her logic.
I mean, I'm neither this way or that way about who's really running the ship. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the collective and what they want. I think, the majority in their opinion is really what's going to shift everything. So if
Throw him overboard! You hear from a man on the deck.
So, I mean, like, if everyone sides with you, then I'm behind you 100%, Jess, but, like, if no one wants you to lead, right, isn't that going to cause, like, a mutiny later and be a problem?
That's why I'm trying to get you lot to convince them that they want me to lead.
I mean, the only way we can do any kind of convincing is if we start, like, flexing our muscles and stuff, which won't really, like, convince them, right? That'll just, like, lead to a mutiny later.
Appreciate the help. He kind of looks back, gives a dirty glare to the crewman over, like, who looked at him, says, "You said the majority's opinion? I'll take a vote. Overboard?" You're, like, pointing. You see the other 2 guys, like, raise.
No, we're not throwing him overboard. We need him.
Finally come around, thank you. So, as to why I should be captain.
No. We need you. We don't need you as captain.
Isn't like the captain a figurehead anyway? Isn't it better to rule in like more of a backseat position, right? And just have strong influence over many people that all love and respect you, right? But at the end of the day, they'd be willing to die over you.
You lost me with love and respect, but I can get behind working from the shadows,
Yeah, you should learn how to do it. It's quite nice. Not that I would know anything about that, right?
I've got nothing. You're very weird and suspicious. But I like it. Where's the boy? I know he'll vouch for me. He goes around like, Zappa, where are you right now?
I'm hiding in the boats, and when he gets close, I'm gonna scare him.
He goes around and starts looking for you, and he's about to go below deck, passes the boats.
Boom!
You just hear he like leaps like 10 feet to the left, like hits the rail of the ship. To hell with all of you! Fine, take your dumb witch captain. I'm keeping the room. And he goes and he watches. He goes into Falinger's room, closes the doors behind him with a loud slam.
I'd like to go knock on the door.
Okay. Mike didn't pick it up. Didn't happen.
Knock, knock, knock.
No. You knock?
Knock, knock, knock.
A knock do you want? I know it's
know.
you, Pip. That's where the knock is coming from. Lower on the door.
Well, fair, but I do owe you something.
Door slowly opens. It's going to be some kind of projectile, isn't it?
Well, I don't plan on throwing it. It'd be a waste.
He kind of like picks his head out. What is it?
Well, either we talk like human beings, or you talk like someone, who's hiding in a captain's room.
I'm hiding in a captain's room, but I see your point. Opens the door.
Pip will... Is there a goblet somewhere in Falindrift's room?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Go right past and pick up the goblet and put it in his hands if he'll take it.
Yeah, he's kind of confused, but... I was already planning to drink.
Oh, I know. A little lower, so I can reach it.
Lowers it to you.
I will pull out the alchemy jug.
I honestly thought you were just gonna piss in a cup in front of me.
Mayonnaise.
Is that really what you think of Pippanog?
I don't know how
Yes.
much I don't know how much he dislikes Falindrift.
No.
Go
I will
ahead.
tell you full on, out of character, out of game, Pip doesn't dislike Falindrift at all. There's a reason he saved his life.
Fair enough.
Pip just doesn't think he should be captain.
Understandable.
Pip will uncork it and say,
A little lower. This is heavy.
He does so. He like helps hold it up.
and Pip just starts pouring wine.
No, fill the man's cup with mayonnaise.
I wasn't actually ever planning to do it, and I pour out all the wine. I pour out a gallon of wine, whether it overflows the cup or not.
Oh, yep, more.
Oh no, that's enough.
It's
We don't.
still coming. I gotta empty it.
You're
It's
going
all
to
gonna
stay in
go.
it's off my floor
That's
anyway.
okay,
Why do I
can fix
care?
it later.
He takes the
Okay,
cup
yep,
out from under it and starts chugging from it. The wine continues to spill onto the floor.
Pip just kind of goes, yeah, just like sips it like a water fountain.
He like chugs all of his and holds it under.
Oh yeah,
Takes it.
yep.
I think that's all of it.
Okay. I did say if you came out, I owe you a drink.
You're not getting more than one laugh from me. It was a decent joke.
Appreciate it regardless. So do your little sad thing. I'll be out here. Come join us. We could always use the help.
I don't wait till you'll need it. Closes
You'd be
the door.
surprised. I have more to drink.
And I just walk away from the door.
He doesn't come out.
Okay, that's fine.
About 6 more crew come up onto the deck, and looking around, one sees you come out of the captain's room and says, "Hey, are you sure we can't throw that asshole overboard? Lads and I are all up for it."
Look above you. Yeah, do you see all those things up there?
We're still processing that part, yes.
Yeah, I think we need all the people we can get.
You sure?
I mean, it's a lake. You throw him overboard, he goes to shore. You just get to stare at him. He can walk around us.
Alright, we've got repairs to do, boys. Come on.
Just Jasper staring at
You
everyone.
hear a few like, oh. It's like they spread out and continue their work.
These lads need to use more of their brain. Mm-mm-mm.
What are you guys doing?
Alright, mate, so you wanting to like take a little bit of like a short rest or just rest for the night? You want to go do some exploring, right? Because we could run into something real nasty out there, right?
I could definitely sit for a little bit,
Just a
whether
little
it's
bit?
short or long.
Alright. Zipper?
What time of day is it, just so we know?
You don't. It is light. Doesn't seem to be. It's like, I mean, if you were to put a time of day, it's like probably creeping on afternoon. But the lights, you don't see the sun. You just see there's like faint light coming through the clouds above you. That
Okay.
provides like a grayed out, like a stormy day level of light.
Okay, I have more questions, but I want to let the conversation happen first.
Go ahead.
Zappa would just be like, I mean, yeah, we can take a rest if you want.
I mean, you and Pip, right? You guys got the shit beaten out of you out there, right? You got hit with some heavy hot water. So, if anyone really needs the rest, it's probably going to be you. And Pip.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I am just under half HP.
Same.
What? Andor and Maria? How y'all feeling?
I mean, I can go for some recon, and as she's saying that, she's gonna use the rest of her lay on hands to recover 20 HP and heal her
Okay.
scars.
I wasn't touched, so Maria, if you need a hand going on recon, I can help.
Me and Zappa could stay on boat and help the crew with, small repairs. I can help, kind of make sure we're safe here, and we can always catch up. As long as you, stay close to the shore, I'm sure we can find each other.
That sounds like a plan. I was thinking we could head over in that direction, and she's gonna point to where we saw that signal flare.
It was just you and Joey who noticed that. No one else was aware of it, unless you wish to relay it.
Yeah, me and Joey saw some kind of light over there. It looked more on the radiant side, so maybe it's Assyrian, but you know.
A light? Like a lantern?
Well, more like a like a floating light that went up into the sky and it did disappear, right?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Maria, can I see that rose? I think it's getting to your head.
Well, I saw it too!
Oh.
It looks like someone just might have like done like a little blast in the air. I don't know what kind of magic it could have been. If it was magic.
It kind of reminded me of your trick that you do to make things glow, but it just kind of like went in the air and then disappeared.
It's like this, and then Andor's gonna cast just like a sacred flame out at like a 45-degree angle over the lake.
It's not Sacred Flame isn't so much a bolt. It's more so you choose a point and then like radiant light just kind of explodes from that position.
I don't know how sacred flame works. Never mind.
No, it's okay.
I think you're thinking of like a guiding bolt.
But I don't want to waste the spell slot, so
Yeah, I don't either.
You just do the sacred flame 60 feet up, and it looks similar.
Zappager's eldritch mouth cannons up into the air.
It's like smoke
that.
signals with cantrips.
If it's another team though, right? And it's just you two, like, aren't you worried about being in danger?
We've got the crew.
I have one more spell slot, and I'll get out a danger-free card, provided I'm in reach of Maria.
Also, sorry, real quick, Zappa, you actually do shoot those into the air?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Carry on.
Yeah.
When the
Yeah,
DM
we-
has to ask these questions.
If we run into trouble, we can teleport back, kind of like we did on the turtle. By the way, Andor, that was pretty fucking cool.
Right? That was fun.
What was that about? You were on deck and then you were just gone?
Yeah, we were on the back of the turtle.
Listen, I'm not too good at a distance. I can hold my own, but I'm kind of more of a hands-on person. Plus, did you fucking see what she did? Getting her close to well, oh, that's right, you weren't there. I was. Outstanding, Maria, outstanding work. She was amazing.
You see, like, a light blush kind of go over the helmet.
Pip will immediately as well.
What's wrong?
Don't worry about it.
No, I'm worried. You went into war mode.
No, don't worry about it. And it just kind of...
In the same direction you previously witnessed, when another radiant bolt of light makes its way up into the sky.
Oh.
Now, can I see it? Can I
Yeah.
make top
Your
security
it has
what
been
is?
directed out that something happened in that direction, so everyone is able to notice it the second time.
You know, I
Okay.
can also just turn into a bird, right? And someone can ride on me. We can go check it out from, like, aerial view.
Just from looking, can I tell what the beam is?
Make a Arcana check.
29 plus 1.
Oh,
Okay,
fucking
yeah.
hell.
You'd very clearly recognize, like, the way it's a bolt of energy that kind of leaves a trail and seems to fizzle out at a certain distance. You think it's likely a guiding bolt or something similar.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's a spell. Someone's casting over there. Yeah, cool. Joey, I think that's a good idea. You should go.
If you want to go with me, because you're nice and small, I'll just look like a giant bird, right? And you can hide on my back and peek over.
Yeah, I can do that. Then I gotta come back and I gotta sit for a minute, because oh boy, I don't want to die.
Oh, that's true too. I mean, Maria?
Who's the most perceptive of us?
Well,
Me.
I'm
It's
not-
me. I'm the most perceptive.
Who's the second most?
Alright, guys,
Well,
how many fingers am I holding? How perceptive are you?
How many hands am I holding up?
Where did you get those hands?
That is the most Joey response ever. Oh my guys, how many hands am I holding up?
That's going into the quotes.
I love it.
I can go ahead and ride with you, Joey, and unless you want to come with us, Andor.
How many people can I hold on my back as a giant eagle?
You could likely hold one person and Pip,
Okay.
because he's small-sized creature.
Would Maria's armor affect that?
It'd certainly make it more difficult, likely pushing those limits, but could still be doable.
Well, if Andor has like a get out of dodge card, then maybe I should just take Andor, because if something happens, he could just, poof,
Let's
both
start
of us
firing
out.
shit at us. We'll be
Right.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Is there any like signal we can do in case you run into trouble and you can start making our way over there?
I mean, if you just keep an eye and you see me start flapping like crazy and start flying back and you see explosions in the air, it's probably good to guess that I might be in danger.
Fair enough.
And we're probably the first team here, because that giant dragon turtle didn't seem like it had talked to anybody else.
Well, I mean, couldn't people have like teleported here there?
If
I
that were
mean-
the case, why would they reveal themselves when they're not even sure we made it through?
There's a lot of factors in here. I mean, who the fuck knows what's going on this island, right? There's floating islands. Maybe they got separated. They're like, oh, just send up like a flare. They might be heading toward us because Zappa did the, and they're like, oh, they're right on over there. And they had like some predetermined message to each other, and we just kind of like hopped in on that.
Well, Azamor said he had trouble teleporting here, and he's
Well-
1,000 years old.
I mean, Azamor, with all due respect, seems like he doesn't get out that often. Unless he really has to.
He
And I don't know
teleports
if...
to us all the time.
I don't know, like, if the Maelstrom was, like, on his radar places he really wanted to go. Just because, like... Azamor isn't, like, the end-all, be-all of, like, places that people can go, right?
He teleported us to another plane.
Yeah, that's not like in the wizard bucket of things. I don't know. It's not crazy to think that someone might have been here and Asmore's never been here before, right?
Maybe.
I mean, it's less likely, but
Hey,
You know
less
what?
likely is still possible.
everything's possible.
Here, Andor, take this with you.
And I give you Pip's spyglass.
Ooh.
If you see anything magical, it will send light. You'll see light. So if you see people, you might see that.
Right.
Alright. Let's go do that. You guys can go
Oh.
ahead and rest in the meantime. Well, go ahead and fly over.
Should we call Asmore and see what we need to do on the island?
Well, put it this way. In the tower, we had to get to the top.
And Pip just points at all the islands above us.
I think. Well,
I don't know,
we
can
have to
they
get to
tell
the
us what
top.
we need to do here? Because we were just told, oh, come here, right? But I don't know if it was like a let you handle a no kind of thing. You guys can just give him a little ring while me and Andor go off. There's no reason for me and Andor to be around for that. Not like I listen much either. I just kind of go in the same direction you guys are going. Let you do all the thinking, right?
Well,
Yeah,
technically.
but Andor has the stone though.
Give it
As
to
you guys say
Maria.
that, Andor, chucks the stone to to Pip.
Aha! Yes!
No offense.
That's fine.
Come. I can show you how to use it.
Zappa huddles up.
I will wait until they depart.
Okay.
Wild
And
shape
enjoy.
into giant eagle.
All right.
Well,
The
I'll be a giant
eagle.
Yeah, I'll just be a giant eagle. If I turn into anything fucking weird, it might raise some alarms.
It's just like finally help's come. What is that?
Why is there a flying octopus coming at me?
So your angel wings go to spread and almost like triple in size. Your form shifts out into that of a giant eagle with a little halo on top.
Perfect. Ride me.
All Andor hears is
Yeah, just,
Yeah, Andor get on.
Andor gets on the back of the giant eagle.
Music.
What would you like to do, giant eagle? Oh, thank you.
I will head over to where I saw the flare, and I'll keep really high up. Probably like 100 feet up.
Okay. You get up and fly up to the sky before beginning to coast in that direction. You see the expansive, jagged outline of this massive but strangely beautiful island. You fly that distance. How fast is a giant eagle?
Flying.
It's like 60 feet.
It's 80 feet.
80 feet, even better. Okay. You glide over for a time, and as you're flying along, are you doing anything along the way? Or doing anything once you get close to that area? Ando's got the right on. Perception check, please.
I get
Andor.
advantage with the telescope.
Sure, yeah. Makes sense. What telescopes are for?
Jesus, that worked.
hey.
Ah,
Okay. Sorry, Pun, what were you gonna say?
Nothing. Do I make one too, or just Andor?
If you're keeping an eye out, yeah, you can.
Yes. Not as great.
You gaze down and you notice that, like, between two of these kind of jagged mountains, it turns into, like, rocky cliffs. And one of these canyons that you noticed earlier, Joey, these large, jagged canyons filled with, like, these massive pillars of rock that seem to have naturally formed through some kind of erosion. It almost makes this almost, like, maze-looking series of pathways through it. And as you're looking through, and Joey notices as well, you see Joey notices a small figure making their way through the map, or through the canyon. You notice they're kind of they're making their way towards they're about halfway through. You notice, Andor, as you look down, you see Hasurian. The white, bright blonde hair, the chest plate, the light pale skin, and he is just like full sprints, like lean back, hiking legs, like running.
Andor's gonna like just change a little bit to see if is he running from anything.
You go and you look behind him, and there's a brief moment where like the area where the canyon like dips through and weaves around itself you can't quite see, and there's like a corner that Hasurian has seemingly just come around. Wait a few seconds. A giant shape enters your frame, moving so fast it doesn't quite turn all the way, and instead slams into the side of the canyon. And then another massive shape continues along and collides with it as well. You see two massive reptile creatures standing on two legs hunched forward. The kind of speckled green feathers and scaly skin, these massive toothy maws, they collide with each other and seem to like snap at each other for a moment before proceeding after Hasurian, who looks back and just continues. And
How far away from the boat are we in feet?
You are quite a ways. You're minutes away from the boat, not feet.
Oh fuck! Right.
It's a far, yeah.
We should go down. We should go down.
Joe, would I with this weight? Because I could only carry like a Maria and a Pip, or an Andor and a Pip. Would I be able to pick him up and move at like half speed?
You could, yeah.
Okay, what if I was using? Because I still have another key point so that I could dash and then also use an action to dash. Can I make up for that and try to
You could
get him up in the air?
The canyon and the pillars around it, it's narrow. There are places where you would be able to land, and there are places where your wingspan would not fit.
Okay. Andrew, you're a liability on my back.
Well, I meant so, like, just your eagle form in general.
Andor could grab him with the teleport thing if I get you close. Joey will get closer. Joey will just get closer. I'll leave it to Andor.
You begin to dive and swoop down closer towards him. What are you doing, Andor?
Oh, fuck. Hold on, why do you get so little spells?
Now's the time, buddy. We're gonna use him.
You glance down, you see the small shape of Hasurian running since you're not in your telescope, and these two large green shapes making their way through, and you watch they are charging, slamming into each other, bits of the rock, large pieces of rocks, and some of these columns begin to shift or topple even as they seem to just be violently forcing their way through this tight canyon, whatever way they can. It's giving Hasurian distance. They're not catching up to him yet, but you see as they like pry through bits of stone and like shrug each other off, they continue to chase him. The eagle is diving closer. You can be like soon to be directly above him now, but there's the canyon between you and him. What do you wish to do?
Dimension door is out of the question because it's either okay. With what I'm gonna try and grab him and pull him up onto the eagle. I know I might make it slower. And with his other hand, he's going to cast Wall of Fire between us and the T-Rexes.
Okay. So, Joey, are you swooping in get close enough to him?
If Andor communicates that's the plan, Joey will swoop down to try and do that.
You swoop down, trying to narrow your wings and find a spot to successfully maneuver in and keep your flight. These jagged paths that you're unfamiliar with will make it difficult. Let me see. Give me a dexterity check as your eagle.
+3.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
As you go swooping in, like you go and you see a spot where you can get him, and then just as you go to swoop in, you like collide with a bit of the rock and spin slightly. Not spin, but stutter slightly. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Let me get
I
my
don't know how much
calculator.
giant eagle health has. How much health does a giant eagle have, actually?
26.
I should know that. Okay, you have 20 left.
Yes.
As you collide with the rock, and you can either stay in the canyon, try and swoop and get closer to him, or you can fly up and out and look for a better spot. As you get down this close, you hear the ground rumbling, these monstrous reptilian creatures roaring at each other and at their prey. Not entirely seeming to take notice of the bird. Their sight seems focused downward at the moment. What do you wish to? You can, like I said, try and maneuver through or fly up and look for a better spot.
Joey will try to maneuver through.
Okay, make me another dexterity check.
Oh, that's even worse.
Can I give
Alright.
you inspiration?
You're not present at the moment.
You have to be there, okay?
You take 9 more points of bludgeoning damage. You try and maneuver through, and as the creatures come rumbling through, a rock falls and kind of hits you, sends you spiraling a bit. On the second failure, you hit the ground of the canyon. You don't crash, but you are forced to land. And the ground is like rumbling. The stones are violently shaking. Bits of the rocks kind of tumble from the sides as the sound gets closer. And you actually see, as you like a distance off, maybe like 80 feet or so, he's running, and he sees you, and he turns and starts running towards you.
Real quick, if Maria was keeping an eye out on them, would she have been able to discern like any kind of like panic, like dive or anything?
No, you just notice the eagle start to fly down.
Okay.
Meanwhile, real quick, before we get into this scenario, what are you three doing for the message?
Oh, what you do, Zappa, is you rub it a little bit, you concentrate, and eventually it activates. And then you have 25 words, and that's it.
That's not
Easy.
that many words.
No, it's not. And I talk too much. Would you like to send this one? I'm sure he'd prefer to hear from you than me, too.
Zephyr looks, he's like, oh, I didn't know I was gonna have to do this.
Only if you want to.
Okay, I can try.
Yeah, here.
Puts it in your hand, and he puts your hand on top of it with Pip's little paw, like, on yours.
He'll go, hey, Azamor, we got to the island. I don't know what else we're supposed to do. You can let us know. You can respond to this message.
You can respond.
And as you form that, and you feel these words almost like you feel a weightiness to the stone as you focus on it and concentrate these words. And there is almost this distinct like snap where you go and try and send out that message and it doesn't go. And even though you're not familiar with the sending stone, you feel it. Something didn't work right.
What's wrong?
I think I messed it up. It didn't seem like it worked right. I don't know if it sent.
Could Pip, with being in close proximity to this event, know if the stone was activated?
He did everything needed to activate the stone. He spoke the message. He didn't do it wrong.
Yeah.
You did everything right. We, might be getting some interference.
Yeah. Well, we might just have to go to the tap to send it. So.
We may be on our own for a little while. Okay. I would like to go look at the weather vane, this magical thing, see if it can help me decipher either coming weather or time.
Okay, you go and start to discern that. Cutting back to I just wanted to get the message done real quick. Cutting back to you two, you're on the back of the eagle. You are on the ground in the middle of this canyon, rocks and pillars all around you. Hasurian is sprinting about 60 feet from you now, and about 40 feet behind him now, one of the creatures shoves its way into this portion. You see one of the pillars next to it kind of cracks and shifts to the side as it leans. The creature looking in, looks at the running Assyrian and looks up and makes eye contact almost with both of you before leaning forward and beginning to run.
Okay, very cool question. Has Andor cast his spell yet? Because if this whole thing happened before he cast a spell, plans would have changed.
That was the dimension door?
Wall
of fire. No. That was not, because you were going to try and pick him up and do it, and Joey was not able to get a safe landing. You see him now, though.
Andor's going to turn to Joey and be, alright, get the fuck out of here, now. He'll jump off and then start running towards, what's his name? Hysterian? Hysterian, yes.
Alright, Joey's taking off.
Okay. I'll say if you're just going to find a place straight up, you can go and make your way up and out, and you kind of get a look down. Andor, you will be able to reach Hysterian, you think, before the creatures will. Though you do see 40 feet to the other side, seeming around a different bend. The other creature has arrived with this deep guttural T-Rex roar. It bellows out, shaking the cavern around as it begins to push forward. Hysterian is and you yourself find yourself sprinting towards him as well. And yeah, he runs to you, and you meet, and the creatures are close. What are you doing?
I just immediately grab by the fucking vest and dimension door 500 feet as close to the bow as I can get us.
Okay, you grab him, and before you have a chance to say anything, you concentrate your dimension door. Nothing happens. And sorry, it's what do we do? Run! He looks back. Yeah, there's just the pause where you both look, and the creature is still going, and you're now both side by side, running next to each other as you begin to take off. This is going to be a skill challenge between the two of you.
No.
And Pun, if you wish to help, you may do so. Essentially,
I was just gonna stab into Assyrian's foot.
Oh, that would be so fucked. No. So, as you guys are running through this narrow ravine, making progress, making your way through, Joey, air support, you see he grabs him, nothing happens, they look at each other, and both take off running.
Fantastic.
Kawhi, you could say as well, you have a bird's eye view.
You do. So, I need to know, this is a skill challenge. You, Hysterian, Andor, Joey, and Hysterian, each of you have to select a skill you wish to use to help avoid this unfortunate circumstance. AKA, the skills you would need to successfully make your way out of the ravine to Joey or just to a safe place. And so it could be, Joey, you could be guiding them, helping distract the creatures, anything else you can think of that might help them forward. Meanwhile, Andor and Hysterian, whatever skills you are using to try and make your way forward. What skill are you thinking, Andor? And describe to me, when you pick your skill, how it is helping you forward.
I'm just gonna go real basic here and just use an acrobatics, try to navigate this ravine as quickly and as fluently as possible. Try to make this as efficient as possible.
Okay. Go ahead and make that check. 25. That succeeds. And worth noting, skill challenges, something I'm trying to introduce into this game. I'm going to figure out how some of y'all might have heard of them. Essentially, from these checks, there's a DC based on the skill you use and its relevance to the situation. If you succeed, you gain a success. If you fail, gain a failure. If you succeed the number of times needed, you complete the encounter. If you don't, a different kind of encounter unfolds. Hysterian has already gotten one success with athletics. Andor, as he is pushing forward and you you help guide him through these tight spaces, going through these narrow passageways that the creatures seem to like run into and have to go around, gaining you some purchase. That is your second success. Joey, what are you doing?
Joey will, from the top view, is it like a straight shot in this canyon, or is there like turns?
There are turns.
Okay.
But it does eventually lead out to the kind of the forest plains area that you saw surrounding the lake.
Alright, Joey's gonna try to lead him down the one path with the most amount of turns so that these dinos are hitting the edges as much as possible to slow them down.
That's a great idea. Give me what skill are you wishing to use?
Perception.
Perception? Go for it. You have advantage, because eagle.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
we'll do it again. Okay.
Hey!
Okay.
For 16.
That, unfortunately, is a failure. As you are doing your best, flapping over, and you're trying to, like, focus on them, and as you go and, like, look down, there's areas where you can't quite see the bottom, there's areas where you're having trouble seeing if it's wide enough for them to get through, and you aren't able to successfully lead them forward. That is one failure. You have 2 successes, 1 failure. New round. Andor, is there another skill you're using to contribute? And worth noting, skill checks. The same skill cannot be used twice. So what else do you have in your bag?
This is so stupid. Andor is going to look at his fucking cantrips. Nothing. Cantrips won't even work. He is going to try and, like, turn around as quickly as possible, look at them, and just yell, "Fuck off, you lizard bastards!" And then try to run back away. He'll try to intimidate them into fucking off.
That's going to be with disadvantage, but you can roll the intimidation check. As you just, fuck off! As they just, like, roar back at you and continue pushing forward.
19.
19! Let me check something real quick.
Goodness.
Unfortunately, though, you shout at them and they stop for a moment. You're like, did I do it? They look at each other, look at you, just deep guttural roars as they push forward. That is your second, just barely failure.
Wow.
As, like, you got them to halt for a moment and look confused. Joey, do you have another skill you wish to use?
Can I try to push some shit over onto the dinos?
Absolutely. What skill do you wish to use?
Athletics.
Okay, go ahead.
What did Hasarian do?
Oh.
He is rolling his at the same time, so it depends on... If they both fail, we have a problem. If one of them succeeds... Okay. Joey, as you go and you're not weighty enough, or you don't have the momentum to push these large columns over, but you go and begin shuffling boulders onto these creatures as you see them rushing through. You see that some of them impact, but they don't seem to really slow the creatures down. That is the next failure. However, meeting the DC on the dot, Hasurian is like, you see he starts looking at the ground, and like, Andor, you just, as you're running, you go to go one way, he grabs your neck and goes the other way, and like yanks you this way, and he's just running, and like, he doesn't say anything, he just is dragging you in certain directions. You go to question, he's like, "Run now, talk later!" Go through, and eventually, as the creatures get close, you watch as they both, like, round a corner, come after you, and they both slam into each other and, like, nosedive forward. As they do, they slam into pillars. The cracks begin to form, rocks begin to fall and drop. One of them hits one of the creatures on the head. It roars painfully and backs up. Another pillar kind of falls, partially blocking the path forward. The creatures back up, partially stunned, and just in that moment, you are able to sprint forward and get at least to the area where the canyon is not as dense. And there is open sky above. Joey, you see the two of them making their way out as a cloud of dust forms about 60 feet behind him from the creatures. What do you wish to do?
Joey will try to pick him up.
Yep. You swoop down just as, like, the cloud of dust rolls up behind them. Pick them both up. Just with your claws, hands. They're just both dangling from your talons. Like both Andor, like, yo, your arms are burning for one, but also you're both just like, like breathing heavily, sweat pouring down your faces.
So,
Well-
Zappa, do you think they had some tea or something?
Yeah, probably. They were probably just hanging out. That's why they're taking so long. He probably found something to drink and it was really good.
Okay.
And Zappa will take his short rest.
Yeah,
Fucking bastards.
I will do the same.
for sure.
Maria's at the bow of the ship, keeping an eye out for them.
Okay.
While
After
she is doing this, can she take a look at the eye, see if it reacts like in a compass-like fashion, or if it reacts at all?
certainly, you go and look at it. You know, there's still the like, weird glint of the light and the light inside, but nothing seems to be different.
Okay.
And maybe about 12, 13 minutes after they departed, you see a shape rising up and approaching the boat with two figures dangling from it.
Yep, Zappa, they're back.
Oh boy.
He's just holding like, and don't fall. Don't look down, don't fall.
I'm trying.
Joey's working overtime on the wings, like,
Just trying to pick up. You see some of the crew like look back, Yasara, the back. They found someone. Like Yasara kind of comes up on board and looks. And eventually, Joey, are you reapproaching the boat?
yeah, Joey will, like, as he gets close to the boat, just sink lower and then just drop them and then just smack into the deck and slide and just lay down.
Can you give me an acrobatics check, Andor?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh
As he drops you and you're going to like try and land, you hit the ground and stumble and like have to keep running before the two of you just like stumble and fall right behind the bird as Joey skids on the deck. The two of you just like roll together and come to a stop as you hit one of the dinghies. You're both like, oh,
no!
I'm alive. Oh my
Carl?
god. He just kind of like rolls onto his stomach and like tries to pick himself up.
Well,
We
you
found
guys
him.
had fun.
Yeah, looks like you had a good field trip.
Oh, you're all here.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Most of us.
He like swabbles a little bit. That was terrible.
What?
You tell him, Andor. He just sits down. He just like sits down, like he like it's like arms on knees, just like that. Like he's like heavily catching his breath.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. They were like bipedal lizards, but they were fucking huge. They had big, like their arms. I don't even know why they were there. They seemed so pointless. They had no use at all.
He had arms.
I think so.
I didn't see. All I saw was teeth.
There
Where?
were so many teeth.
I don't know. It sounds like you guys had a lot of fun, actually. I was
No.
joking about it, but
I tried to dimension door out of there. I couldn't. We had to run. They were much faster than us.
You see,
Wait.
Historian comes over and he like pats you on the back, Joey. He's like, "Thank you, mysterious great eagle.
Joey will
A gift from Faldir, to be certain." He said, looking back to you, Andor. It's like, "We were saved. How did you persuade this creature to help us?"
Joey will unwild you.
You're still like in that like skid position, like your face is on the deck. And it's like
Yes.
still like you wild shape back into Joey. He's like, "I take it all back. Thank you.
Take it all.
Thank you, Joey.
Um,
I did not know you were a druid."
I did not know you were.
Hisarion, are you okay?
My legs. I can't feel my legs,
Ah,
but I'm okay.
Is he
I've-
down any HP?
He's down a little bit, but it's more so you just see he looks tired. Like he has been running for a long time. He's got a few scrapes and bruises, but he seems okay. He's not injured.
I am doing this for. Oh, okay. He's not injured. He hasn't lost any HP.
He's lost some. I just meant he's physically he's mostly fine.
Pip will walk over and be like, "There, you're safe now. No worries," and touch his mustache tendrils to his legs. It's a weird image, I know. And cast Cure Wounds at first level.
Okay.
Does it go off?
It does.
It does.
You see kind of like some of the bruises and scrapes he's got. He's like, oh, thank you. Are you missing any hit points, Pip? This is before your short rest.
Before the short rest, yes, I was down.
Because short rest takes an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been gone maybe 20 minutes. But he's like, you as well. He will, as he puts a hand on your, crouches down a bit, puts a hand on your shoulder, not on your head.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. He's going to heal you for 15 hit points.
Can I get 2 hit die back then?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna use them, but it's like, okay, I rolled them all, that's why.
Oh, healer. Good to know. Valuable.
Oh, among other things, yeah.
So
He sits down again.
I know you're tired, but this might be a time of the essence kind of issue.
No, of course. What? I don't know where we are. This is
Where
beyond
did
strange.
you pop out?
I flew out of a waterfall.
A waterfall.
We were falling, and I fell sideways
Right.
out of one and into a cave. That's where this mostly hurt. I tried to find my way out. Found those creatures, snuck past them the first time. I shot a bolt of light into the sky. I think one of you saw it. Zappa, you shoot weird energy. Yes, that. Terrifying. I did that. See if anyone would respond. You did. I did not sneak past them successfully the second time. We ran, I ran, then we ran. Now we are here.
Did you see any of the other crew members while you were out there?
No, I was the only one who flew out of the waterfall. There were bones in the cave, not people as far as I can tell. But there's certainly other creatures here.
Well, it seems water is definitely the mode of transport for this. Odd magics.
Okay, yeah. Do I know of any schools of magic through teleportation that, water is the focus?
Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah. 23 plus 1.
20. There's no
24 total.
teleportation magic you'd think of where that requires water. You do think there's tales of portals to the elemental plane of water hidden deep beneath the waves and in such spots where that elemental energy is strongest. That's the only water portal you might think of, but you're not. You don't think you're on the plane of water.
Does anyone know how to tell what plane we're on? Good talk.
I do not.
Would Joey know by chance, just because of his dad's wizardy stuff? Books?
If Joey has a way to tell what plane he's on,
I don't know.
I mean, this place is not familiar to you. If there's any spells or anything you'd like to try to figure it out, you may. But at the moment, you have no idea where you are.
Fluke-san!
Oh! The head pokes up from beneath the steps to the lower deck.
You don't have a tuning fork on you, do you?
Did somebody get wet again? What? No!
Okay.
Bye-bye! Oh! Goes back down.
Super quick, Andrew's gonna summon a sword.
Okay. Do so.
Alright. That's all I just wanted to check.
Okay.
So, Andor, you were saying that your dimension door didn't work?
Oh, that
yes.
was your plan. Okay, I thought you just came to help. I didn't know what you were doing.
No, oh my god. The first plan was to pick you up and try and distract them, but that didn't work. And then so I was like, you know what? Joey, get out of here, save yourself. And then I was going to go teleport us out of harm's way.
Oh,
It
that
did
makes
not, it
much
did
more
not
sense.
work. Yes.
Oh, that's concerning.
Yes. Does anyone have any high level magics they could try casting? Only if you have this, you know, the
I
spells to
mean, what
spare.
kind of like high level magic you talking about, mate?
Well, I try to cast a fourth. If you were to put it on a scale of 1 to 9, mine would be around about a 4.
Alright.
I could try it too.
I mean, if we're
Sure.
gonna start firing off things there, we should probably like pack up for the night rather than just resting.
I'm not sure we should be firing anything else into the air. There's no telling who or what might notice.
I was not planning on firing anything into the air, but
Okay. I heard the
Joey-
word firing, I'm sorry.
Joey has a point. I think we have just been through a lot. I think we should take some time to at least assess the boat, make sure we're safe, and after a little while, we venture out.
Alright.
I am worried, though, that others will be in Hasarian's predicament.
I'm worried about like what kind of magic we can actually use out here.
Yeah, we couldn't get hold of Azamor.
Okay, we'll try it.
The-
Andor, can
The
you
wizard
make-
Azamor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to delve into that. The guiding bolts I used to signal you, that worked. My divine magic seems to still be okay.
Hmm.
Perhaps it has to deal with spells that require, you know, like moving between planes or anything that goes to a different plane, which would explain why the stone didn't
That's-
work and well,
But
Andrews couldn't.
his dimension door still failed. It doesn't take us between planes.
Plus, Ascending Stone could still communicate over planes.
Joey's
There's a
gonna try
possible-
to Misty Step.
Okay.
5 feet.
Nothing.
But it still uses a slot, right?
Mhm. You
Alright!
go, focus your magics, and it's not so much even like it doesn't not happen. You go do it, and you feel it like not work. Like nothing that you're doing is incorrect, and it should work, but you don't. You feel yourself in the same spot.
Alright, Misty Step doesn't work, so any kind of teleportation seems like it's out of the question.
Uh-oh.
Alright, but you could like heal, right, Pip?
So far.
Mine worked as well.
Well, let's try one more thing.
Andor, can you make...
Andor, don't resist.
Pip's gonna point at you. Can you make a con save?
He doesn't have to if he's willing.
Yeah.
Yeah, be willing.
Andor shrinks. If enlarge, reduce goes off.
Tiny Andor. Yep.
Why?
It was a test.
You just like row at her.
Trying to say why. I'm not very good at, like, I'm making the voice higher.
What'd you do that for?
Fuck you, Pip.
I'm happy about this.
I'm
I
gonna
need to
fucking
speak
kill you.
even taller. I need to be bigger. Okay. So that kind of works, and that's only on a scale of 1 to 9, a 2.
So the common theme here is teleporting so far, minus the sending stone, of course.
Teleporting and then messaging. Does anybody have any other messaging spells that they could try?
Hey, Ysira. She's gonna call for Ysira.
She's present on the deck. She seems to be actually like waiting for the conversation. Yes.
You said you sent a message to Falendriff, right?
Yes, I did.
And it worked?
He responded. Yes.
Insight check.
Go for it.
No.
Huh?
That's an 8.
Pip will... I will walk over to Ysira, kind of get very close and say,
I believe he responded.
and I wink at her.
But knowing if a good message went out or no message went out is a little helpful right now. And
She kind of sighs. It didn't work.
yes, good response, right, Maria?
Yeah,
I-
now we know what we're dealing with, more or less. Of course, this is just 2 types of magic that we're dealing with. We don't know what else doesn't work.
Zappa's gonna try to use levitate on himself. Does that
Okay.
work?
So check. Yeah, levitate works.
Okay. Zappa just floats up in the air. Instead, he's gonna float up right where Andor is, tiny Andor. He's gonna be looking down at Andor.
Terrifying.
Wow, Andor, you're still shrinking. Oh no, he's getting smaller. We need to help him. We need to. Ah!
Yeah,
think so.
levitate
I think he's
works.
okay.
I'd like to keep testing stuff, but I'm gonna run out of slots, right? But I don't know if you guys are alright with me being low.
Pip, you're good with spells. Maybe it has to do with a certain school or something. I don't know. I just kind of do shit and it works.
Oh,
And
that's a good point.
As she says that, she's gonna take a swing at the air and gonna try and enhance it with a divine smite.
Okay. You go, and as you swing your blade, it glows in that familiar kind of discharge of white light from the end of your blade. Takes.
Oh, that still works.
That's the important one.
Is there a common school that occurs to Pip?
Let me check. Just a moment. There's conjuration is typically the school used for teleportation, though sending isn't. It's an evocation spell.
I will walk to the side of the boat and magic missile just straight into the water.
Yeah, it goes, fires, a dead fish floats up.
Oh, there's the fish I was looking for.
It's the same fish.
I will mage hand, and
You get it.
Good. That's
Are
one
we-
thing I need to worry about.
Are we testing magic? What's going on?
Well, you see, Fluxon, some spells work, some don't.
Ooh. Which ones do we need to try? I have plenty.
Oh,
Prestidigitation works. I've been using it all morning or
that's fine.
afternoon.
Or
I don't know.
evening.
Who cares?
Well, how about this? We tell you what doesn't work.
Okay.
The sending
You can
stone-
tell him. Oh,
Yeah.
good. You tell him everything doesn't work.
Okay.
Sending stone. Woo!
Oh,
Did you hear that?
no.
Oh! I cast message. It didn't work.
Hmm.
You were supposed to hear me in your head.
I cast message back.
Nothing.
Did you hear that?
No. Oh!
Oh,
It doesn't work.
It's like a weird comedy skit.
I love it. It's the Spider-Man pointing at himself. Me. Nice to know.
hmm.
Oh no.
All right,
And-
well, teleportation and messaging for sure out the window.
Yes.
Well, it's not too bad. I don't use that one very often. Also, by the way, if the group wanted to continue and take a short rest, you could.
Yee.
Yes. Pip already would have, so I will just say yes. how do we feel about just moving into a long rest, everyone?
I would not be opposed to it.
I'm not opposed to it.
Do
Yeah,
what?
we
Doing
just
what?
Move into a long rest.
Just
Mhm.
moving
long
right
rest.
into a long rest.
Are we just gonna long rest?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I'm fine. I'm fine with long resting. Because if we're gonna long rest, Joey can test more spells.
Yeah, I can too. I mean, I
I've only
don't have
got-
many slots or spells.
I've only got
but-
one slot right now.
All right.
Alright. The group begins to find a way to make themselves as comfortable as they can. The crew seems to still be going strong towards repairing the boat to a suitable, serviceable state for the time being. Most of the things have been dried due to Jordan and Pip, and the boat is pretty roughed up, but still in a serviceable position. A few hours later, the sails are raised slightly, and you notice there is still strong winds passing by high up overhead, at least. The boat makes its way just off the coast of the lake. Anyone who needs to get to shore can use a dinghy or just swim. You're not too far from the kind of hill jungle areas. There's a bit of clearing around the lake itself.
I will use my hat of disguise self to make me look like Jasper.
Okay,
It does?
it does.
Okay. And then I drop it.
Okay. Also, point of order, you had some questions earlier that you wanted to ask. I apologize that those got skipped over.
No, it's fine. The weather vane, is it still functioning?
Yes.
Does it look like you could tell me what time it is?
It's currently seems to just show violent storms.
Ah, wonderful.
This is a really easy question. I don't know why I asked it earlier. Are there any clocks on this ship?
Actually, a very good question.
Like,
it would make sense for
generally-
their.
On the top deck where
You
the
recall-
bell is, there's a clock sometimes.
I actually didn't know that. That's interesting.
Sometimes.
I'd
That's
say if there was one there, it's not anymore. Though you did
Fair.
see a clock in the debris and Falindris room.
I will go look for that clock.
Okay. You go to the door, go through the process of Jasper letting you in, and find the clock.
Broken.
It's partially broken, but it seems to still be like the glass is cracked, but it's still ticking.
Oh, very important. What time is it?
Currently it says it's 4:21.
Hey, you couldn't.
That's not what I meant.
You couldn't just give us.
It was the
1
first
minute
number
earlier?
that came to mind.
It's a good number. That's all I'm saying.
I said 4:2, and I didn't want to say 4:20, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's one better than 420.
Are you sure that can really be relied on? We don't exactly know where we are.
You have a better idea. Have you a pocket watch?
Do I look like the type to carry a pocket watch?
Oh, I thought you were a captain.
And Pip will turn and walk out.
Just does that and closes the door.
Well, this clock says it's like 4 in the afternoon. Don't know if it's accurate. Good talk.
Good talk. LOL. Can Joey cast Pass Without a Trace?
Yes.
Boom. Can I create and destroy water?
Yes.
Boom.
I will identify my luck stone.
You just successfully.
Okay.
Can Joey call lightning?
You start doing so, yeah, and the crew is like, oh no! Yeah. You call lightning.
Okay. Just on top of the ship.
Maria's gonna attempt to summon Ridley on the ship.
Okay, Okay, you attempt to summon Ridley, and you concentrate, you feel the presence, and you thrust it forward. Nada.
Well, I can't summon Ridley.
That means I probably can't summon my 8 snakes.
Wow, we are so lucky.
I mean, I could probably go out in the bush, right, and befriend some, but I don't know how much they'd listen to me.
The last reptiles we conversed with didn't seem terribly friendly.
Not at all.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Sometimes you get them on a good day, right? You talk to them enough. They're pretty responsive.
Yeah, it's
Like-
like me.
I hate to see those beasts on a bad day.
Plus, they're not used to usually being talked to, so that usually kind of gets them, like, more docile, because they're just weirded out that something's talking to them that they usually eat.
Fair,
Yeah.
suppose. I would still not encourage you going back and trying to speak to them. But if there's other creatures, by all
Well,
means, it could be helpful.
you know, with the right bounty, you could talk to anyone. And I'm interested in talking to these creatures. If not, a sample. Andor, is there any way you could show me what they look like?
Let me look at my spell list. Andor will prestidigitate a little, like, doll of what a T-Rex looks like. Just like a wooden doll of the
Okay.
general shape.
Yeah, you can do that. You see this, bipedal lizard monster with like flecks of feathers, massive maw of teeth.
So like this.
And Pip will get it entirely wrong, but try to do an exaggerated version using minor illusion.
Okay. It's you make a cartoon T-Rex.
Okay.
It's like Pip's Funhouse mirror T-Rex.
So that's-
Andor will spend the next, like, 5-10 minutes being like, actually, the eyes were close together, the tail was longer, the feathers were more.
This was also just me trying to find out if minor illusion would work. Thanks for coming.
Minor
up
illusion
with
does
my
work.
Talk. Yeah. So
the tail wasn't as short. It actually helped balanced it out.
Hmm. Ferocious.
Quite.
Terrifying.
I don't want to go and fight one.
you don't, or you do?
No,
I-
I really do.
That'd be a valiant effort. I'm certainly inclined if the rest of you are going.
Have you lost your hammer?
Yes. He kind of looks down.
Which one does he still have?
he has
Ball peen?
no. He threw the ball peen into a turtle.
That was the one he threw. He's
Yes.
Like, oh, okay.
I have the warhammer.
You owe me a hammer. I
I
needed
could-
that
I could
for one
Pay
of my...
you for it if you like.
No, I want a hammer. That it goes in my kit. There's a designed spot just for it, and it.
I see. Excuse me, crewman. Do you have perchance a spare hammer on board? I'm happy to purchase it.
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. You don't have to. Here. He hands him a gold piece. Please bring me the most useful spare hammer you have on board. He's like, sure. Just comes back with a regular hammer, hands it to him. Thank you very much, Mr. Pip. Hands it to you.
Hold on to it until we're done with this whole thing, because it seems you are
Right.
strong. But
I was actually going to say, if you had a preference, I'm not sure, you seem handy with anything really, but then Andor's going to pull out his 2 hand axes, his whip, and his short sword that he just has lying around. Do you prefer any of
Do
these?
you have a bag of holding, or are these just on your...
These are just
Yeah,
adorned.
For sure. It's your backup swords.
Yeah, it's my backup weapons.
Kind of looks... I'll take the short sword, if that's alright.
Yes, by all means.
Then he gives you the hammer back, Pip.
yes.
And I try and fit it back into my toolkit.
You still? Oh, did you have a tiny gnome-sized ball peen hammer? It's already it's a regular. I love the image of him almost killing a dragon turtle with a tiny child set hammer. Like this Bob the Builder ass hammer that did 50 damage.
Joey will walk up to him and like reach into his pocket and pull out like 10 darts and be like, alright mate, I've hit these since I came all the way out here. I don't know if you want these, but it'd be pretty cool if you could use them.
I mean, I could certainly throw them, but I'm much more skilled up close.
I mean, what if you're in a situation, right, or you need to throw a dart?
I mean, if you're offering, I won't refuse.
Plus, they fit in your pocket, right? So if you end up getting washed away again, you'll at least have some weapons on your body.
That would also be very helpful. Certainly, thank you. I actually, I know we're resting. If you have time, I'd like to share a word, perhaps, about what he looks up. Plan might be. He's still kind of just like, as if he's just now really taking in what's above him.
Oh, good. You have a plan.
I was going to discuss with you a potential plan, actually.
Yes. What's your plan?
Could we find might we gather in one of your rooms? I'd prefer a private conversation, if that's alright.
Yeah, let's go leave the moody captain, Jasper, alone. We can all go down to the room I've been using.
I noticed you tried to go in there. Is he quarantined, or is something wrong with him?
No,
he's just
just
being a pussy.
And Pip uses a word in Gnomish.
There's many things wrong with him.
Oh. Anyway, he makes his way downstairs. Alright. As the group gathers, you guys will be successfully able to take a long rest. You guys can do that.
Yay.
Hooray! And I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
If you have to snacks or bathroom, do so now.
Was it 10 or 15 temp HP? He's gone.
It was 10 if I remember correctly.
10, thank you.
Break time, everybody. If you got things to do, go do them.
Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wow.
That UGC man. That made my day. Oh,
Yeah.
That was really funny. That was really fun. I that one got me. So
Dude, I'd never used my warlock spells. Oh my god. I
mm.
just realized I had Misty Step.
Nice.
Oh,
Who knows when I got that?
I'm now at the point of like, oh, what spell do I get rid of? Because I'm gonna need. I think we're gonna need something new.
That's true. I do have to manage this differently now.
I'm getting rid of Water Walk. Don't need that anymore.
I always have that. I will get rid of this because I never use it.
Oh yeah.
Dispel magic.
Oh, okay. I have it. I generally have that one prepared as an artificer, so
Spirit.
if needed. I think I need more first levels. Should I take Grease? I think Grease is actually going to be helpful for giant T-Rexes.
You so desire.
I have Mage
This-
Hand.
I will. Do I have Dominate Beast?
I have Bless? No,
Dude.
Bless is a cantrip? No.
It would be terrifying to see Joey jump on the back of a T-Rex
Mm-hmm.
and then dominate it and ride it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that'd be as terrifying as we would think. I actually would hope it would be a serendipitous moment where Joey realizes...
I do have
what to
Dominate
call.
Beast.
Oh, okay.
Fuck hallucinatory terrain. Bye. I'm going to go full utility for this, actually. Because Joey never fights anyway.
I have comprehend languages. I could be using that to figure out all the profanities that Pip is saying.
You could. I will tell you them too, because I actually do have words. Why does my mom send me invitations to dinner at their house tomorrow when I know I'm already going? Why do you have to send me a Google invite for this? Like, thanks, Mom. And Mom, if you're listening, I love you. I love my mom. At least I try. Hey.
I haven't had yogurt in like years.
Yogurt?
Yogurt.
Yogurt.
And bro, like the texture, the consistency.
Vomit, yeah.
Mm. Thanks, Juicy, man.
It's just
Very
like
cool.
eating puke. You just spoonful of puke in
You
your
can
mouth.
stop at any moment, my dude.
Like a big spoonful.
Can't stop.
Giant gob of vomit. All up in there.
All up in there.
Ew. What are you talking about? I was not listening.
It's Sam's yogurt.
It's yogurt.
This is Sammy.
Sorry. Sammy's yogurt.
Why does
For
that just
Kawhi.
work? Oh, because it's a save. That's why. That makes sense.
Also, I like Kawhi, how I was like asking for an opinion on the whole rebrand, and you just gave me no opinion at all.
I mean, I like GC, man.
It's-
What am I? I'm just saying. Everyone calls you GC, man. Because plus
Just-
two, if you changed your name, and then you had any of us on your stream, we're gonna call you GC, man. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
Unless you want us to actively swap to Gavin.
Why wouldn't it just be swapped to the new name?
I mean, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
It would. It would be weird. It'd be weird. G-Killa 97.
What?
Nah.
I've never used G-Killa 97 on anything other than like League of Legends because I accidentally used GCman 97 as my username, my login, and it didn't let me use it as the ID because I
Yeah, it
used
feels
it as
real fucking bad, doesn't it? That's what happened to me too.
Yeah. It's the
Uh-huh.
only time I've ever used that.
As a matter of fact, I think League is the whole reason I added Sama to my name.
Hey Chris. Defer.
Hey.
Charm monster.
Yes.
It says you can attempt to charm a creature you can see within range. What would that...
Mhm.
Is that just like a blank... Like, what is a creature?
Any creature,
Okay,
as long as it's not immune to charmed. Charm person only works on humanoids. Charm monster is the better version that works on anything.
cool. And it just makes them friendly, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It considers you a friend until you hurt it. Doesn't consider your allies friends necessarily. And I'd say Joey's smart enough to know like there's things like undead, golems, similar things that are unable to be charmed that way.
Cool.
Beginning of the new day, I will use the alchemy jug to pour out vials of poison.
Okay.
I can get a half an ounce of basic poison. So how many uses is that, just that I know? Half an ounce?
Let me check. Was it vial?
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
How many? How much do you say you got?
Half ounce.
Half ounce.
What is happening? My D&D Beyond's freaking out.
Reload if you need to, or close and
Expand
relaunch.
It has... I have, like, Charm Monster twice for no reason. Like, it shows up twice, and then it gives me the error. I'm like...
Oh. Okay, what I'm seeing is most potions consist of 1 ounce of liquid, so a full ounce of poison could coat a weapon.
Okay. Thank you. I was start trying to find that same thing.
Yeah, no. I will not do that, actually.
Okay.
I will pour out 8 ounces of fudge. I don't even know if I can
Fudge?
do that.
Ounces of fudge?
I said fudge. It says acid. Okay?
I mean, not LSD.
No, I get that, but like, if I put acid into glass, is it just gonna melt through the glass? You know?
No,
what
most-
kind of acid is this?
Acid is, at least the D&D acid is like it's an acid vial. So I'd
Right.
assume that this is what that is as well. In which case, you could safely pour it into a glass container.
Okay, let me look up acid vial then. Oh, that's not bad. How much is a vial? How much volume is it? How much volume? It's actually right what I'm saying. It's in a vial of acid.
It'd have to be a
Great,
decent
LSD.
amount because 2d6 damage is. Yeah, how many ounces did it make?
8.
Okay, let me see. I have. Okay,
So
8 ounces is
two
half a
vials.
pound. Okay, go ahead.
I had an issue a week or two back, and I looked it up. So the item acid vial is the weapon. Alchemy Jug says it pours out 8 ounces. Vial, the item, says it holds 4 ounces. So 2 per day.
We reached the same conclusion different ways. I said I saw how much 8 ounces weighed. Said half a pound. So I was gonna say, okay, well the glass weighs some too, so you gotta get like 2, I think, at max, maybe 1. Yeah, 2
Okay.
works.
Yeah, I will do 2 vials of acid.
Raton? Is
And-
right here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm,
Your camera is.
yeah, I
void.
have it. I have it covered right now.
Okay, no problem.
Raider's just in the abyss right now. He's...
I mean, that's just me.
This
when
is
I'm
what
on stage.
Maria sees when the armor closes, and
She just like hears movement and screaming. She doesn't know what's going on.
oh god, that's horrifying.
Before we get back into it, mic check. Kawaii, is my mic still buzzing or is it fixed?
No, you're all good.
You sound okay.
All right, cool.
How we doing, chat? How's everyone hanging tonight? I'm gonna talk to chat for once.
Every
Chips.
day I wake up.
No,
Every
don't
day I
make
wake up.
don't make that GIF.
I
It's the
actually
weed number.
I had an acid vial before, so Pip, I'm going to go to each of you and offer you an acid vial as an improvised weapon. You can I don't think you want to coat your weapon with it.
Oh, thanks, Pip. Melts through Andor melts through his father's sword.
LOL.
Just gonna pull a gentleman and down that shit.
Pip will explain how to use them properly. Basically, you can splash it onto a creature that's right in front of you, or you can throw it up to 20 feet, shattering on impact. It's an improvised weapon. You have to make a range attack, but it's basically if you have a creature in front of you and you're like, shoo, and you don't want to use a spell, you don't want to do anything else, acid.
Oh,
You know,
acid,
pocket
good
acid.
Oh god, pocket acid into the eyes like pocket
Yeah.
sand.
Yeah.
Damn.
Just,
Ah! But like, if you nat 20 with that, the lingering injury could be devastating. So,
blind.
yeah. Would anyone like a vial of acid?
yeah,
you
we'll
guys
take-
Zap will take one.
You got one?
No, Clay.
Anyone else?
Make the gif. How many do you have?
You heard me too, Noah, right?
I have 2
Two.
more.
Okay.
So
Raider, why
Raider,
don't you have
want
a
one?
camera?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Okay. I have 1 more if you want it, Joey.
Sure, you'll take it.
There you go. Okay. I have no more acid vials. Good.
Good. Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
And if you do
Pulls
drugs,
out the
tell us
hydro
how
tongue
cool
and
they
starts
were.
licking it.
No. This is very poisonous.
Why does the air taste weird?
And Chris, can you remind me the Drider poison that was given? What are the effects of that? Do we know?
Those also act as basic poison vials.
Okay.
It's not as potent when not being delivered by the Drider itself.
That makes sense. Okay, good to know.
As I was trying to find it. Yes. Everyone else, have you all completed your long rest preparations? Any spells you wish to switch around? Various other things. Are you blocking your cam with a cat toy? Is that what that was?
No, it was my eyeglass cleaner.
Oh.
Nice. Does anyone use a shield and want a different infusion? That would be Maria and or Zappa. I don't think any of you use a shield. I don't think any of us uses a shield besides Pip.
I don't think so.
Good talk. Okay. That's all I can do then.
And I'm maxed out on my infusion, so if it's anything that requires attunements rather, I'm maxed out on all my attunements.
You would lose your parry papt, basically.
No,
And I
want
think
that.
you should keep that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No mas.
Say something, Quiet?
No, my shit's just busted.
Oh. I saw you do this and your mouth moved. I didn't know if you said something.
Would Andor have done something that night?
Could he have or would he have?
Oh, could
certainly
he have done
could've.
something?
Yeah.
Yes. Could he have just taken a short rest instead?
Yeah.
Because after a short rest, he kind of got everything back, and instead spent the night just watching the orbits of the islands.
Okay. We'll get to that. That's a good idea. Right.
And then one thing real quick. There was, I don't know where it went, but the vial of poison that Zappa got from Mary.
That's right. You did have it. I don't think you've used it yet.
I haven't used it yet. I don't know where it went. I might have accidentally deleted it. Just what was the effect
Oh, it's all
of
good.
it?
It is wyvern poison.
Wow, that's actually kind of dope.
That's what she killed Jasper with.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Awkward.
And then what was the damage that it did?
It's 7d6. You can Google it and
Oh, okay.
it'll
I
bring it
didn't
up.
know
It's a
if
standard
you-
equipment.
Okay.
Oh, you're good. All right. So, as all of you gather, make yourselves comfortable. Prepare to take your rest. Gather your things. Finding. I assume. Does everyone gather to speak with Assyrian? Does anyone opt out?
Oh, yes, we do.
Zach will go.
Oh, that was like, did anyone opt out? Yes. Get me out of this room.
In the middle of our conversation, Pip will be filing off the handle for the hammer to make it shorter.
Love it. Pip's the best of us. Everyone here is the best.
Everyone.
Comedy gold.
Yep.
All right. So, as you all gather in the largest room available, I think is the one Andor was using, or Andor was using, Pip began to use.
No, was the right term, Grace.
Sorry, hang on. I do feel well, first, thank you. You two saved my life, and, well, actually, all of you really did. You got me out of that village and everything. Thank you very much, truthfully. I do feel I owe you all an apology, as our initial conversation was, I fear, founded on deceit. I did not feel good about it, but I was also not certain if I was in safe company. But I'm certain of that now, thankfully. He kind of like sees the gazes and puts his hand on his chest. I am indeed a participant in the great game.
Kill him!
Gosh. But,
Tabby,
that's
that
it. You just,
wyvern poison.
you just jump him
Break
immediately.
it, John.
He says, but I swear to you, I bear you no ill will or harm. Quite the opposite. I find myself in your debt and requiring your aid.
Where are you from? What?
I am from. Let me.
You better
Look up
open
my
that
back-
character sheet,
Let me
DM.
look up my backstory. I don't remember off the top of my head.
He looks on his hand. There's like writing that it's smudged from.
Belvedere? Where's that?
It's called a secluded town. Not many are privy to it. A temple of sorts that I spent much of my younger days. I was happy to share. I was born in West Haven, but I did not live there. But it's supposed to be a secret group, so I'm trying not to. Not really meant to talk about it, but a conclave of sorts that we. Oh, hello.
I want the pudge.
Oh, he's so squish. Okay. Essentially, a conclave devoted to fighting evil. Many of us worship Faldir or one of the other 9, focused against evil. That is one of my purposes for joining the games. Anyway, it's been a long day. It's been long.
If you don't feel comfortable telling us exactly where you're from, could you at least tell us what city you're began your trials in the games?
Oh, certainly.
That was more so what I was curious
We started
about.
in Celagon, the 3 of us. I fear now, seeing this, that my team members have found themselves somewhere amongst all of this. I hope they're on this island, though. I have no idea quite how long it's been since they entered, and if they even. Oh, God's hoping they survived.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna look for them, which I don't mind helping search for them, we do need to know a little bit more about them.
Of course, those 2 of them. There was a halfling woman. Very. Do not judge her by her size. She'll make you pay for it. I promise.
I
her
know
name's
the feeling.
Yeah. Indeed, Sir Pippinog. Her name is Yoel. Young halfling girl, blonde hair, large ears, wears armor and carries a weapon much too great for her size, but wields it regardless. And then the other is our cleric companion, Snow. He is a drow descent, white hair, wears a symbol of the All Mother.
Yeah? Is that so, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's my dad, right?
Oh,
So you're that, Joseph.
Oh yeah, I'm Joseph Wolfstone Rider the First, I am.
Oh, he spoke very. I had my suspicions, but I wasn't sure, and I was still keeping. But yes, he's spoken of you, and mostly good things, I should say. He's
Well,
been
mostly.
warming up to me about you.
I would hope it's all good things. I have nothing but the best son in the world, of course.
I fear to tell you, he thinks that you are no longer with us.
I'm sorry, what?
When he learned of your identity in the games, he was furious and tried to magically contact you, and was unsuccessful many times.
Oh, that's weird.
We did our best looking into it, and we'd heard of your group's endeavors, but we were in an entirely different position of the world, and we were not able to divert our course, unfortunately. But that's why I was also unsure if he was so certain that he didn't think you had passed, or at least he thought something had befallen you. We had plenty of theories, but we tried not to speak on them too often.
That's really weird.
It could have been during our week in the Silver Tower.
Could it have been?
These made many attempts beyond just the span of a week to contact you.
Well,
he actually attempted to do so just before we made off on our voyage.
Well, perhaps someone might be intercepting messages.
To me specifically?
Yes, perhaps someone who wants us to stay very closely on track of what we're doing.
I
Very
suppose it's not
powerful
impossible. Oh, sorry.
wizard. Oh, it's okay.
Well, you think it was Azamor? You think Azamor would stop me from talking to my dad? That seems a bit weird.
He is your handler.
I guess? He doesn't
The
seem the
handlers
type
aren't
to... Yeah,
permitted to directly interfere. They're merely watchers and guiders.
yes,
Really
they...
think Astamore cares about that rule?
What if it was
I've
just
only
the
heard
Allmother?
tales of his magical
Not the
might I'm
Allmother.
not aware of.
What if it was the caretaker, right?
That makes
you
more
know.
sense.
She was
You're-
like,
The caretaker? He looks slightly taken aback and confused looking at Joey.
oh yeah, she wanted to have me on her side, right? She was like, let me sponsor you, Joey.
Very well, go on.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? She was like, I don't want you to have any kind of contact with no Allmother business, and so she cut off connection with my dad, right? Since he's like, you know, cleric to like the Allmother.
I suppose that might make sense. I'm not
I don't
surprised
know.
that you're aligned with the caretaker. You don't seem the type.
I don't know, she seemed nice.
So do fiends, gauging people into dark bargains.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, you need help from shadier sources in order to do good, as long as you keep on the right track, right? You can do lots of good stuff, right?
I've done good all my life without having to do that.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you afforded that luxury, mate.
I wasn't being to speak down. I was merely... There was no need to rely on dark powers for what you yourself are capable of.
Well, anytime I tried praying to the Allmother, right? Or, like, I mean, anyone. Yeah, I just didn't get anything. I got no reception out here.
Certainly strange.
Yeah, I guess it is what it is, though.
So, Joey, if... Well, let's say, Hasarian, you... Well, okay. This whole thing with you started at that wall of water we saw with the big face, right?
I remember seeing it briefly, but I don't... The memories of the event are fuzzy. I assume the beast we fought or some other creature intercepted us.
Well, then it's less so a possibility. Basically, what I think is... Maybe your dad's here, Joey.
It's quite possible.
Yes, I suspected he was amongst these islands somewhere. At least after having gone through that ordeal.
Oh, am I envious to be alone, studying a new world.
Zappa's gonna look at Joey and just be like, well, if messages were being blocked from your dad, what if messages were being blocked from the Allmother too?
Or Ops.
I'm not certain of any wizard who could accomplish this. If the deities wish to speak to you, they will speak to you.
I mean, but could another deity stop you from talking to one?
It's never happened to me, but certainly within their bounds.
That might be what's happening. I don't know.
Casually.
It's out of my pay grade, mates. I'm gonna be honest. I talk to fish. And I paint pictures.
And
Just gotta get a smile out of the serious conversation you're having. You're a delight. But,
That might be mighty rough on my dad, though, for thinking that I've been dead twice. I mean, oops.
you've died once before.
Yeah. For like a period of time.
Oh. Oh, that's... I'm glad to see you were revived. He made no mention of that.
It's a tough subject.
Yes, I apologize, I'm prying.
Yeah. Well, I hope he... Oh.
No, finish. Sorry.
Well, I hope he's on this island and I can get some things sorted out. You know? I could do a little bit of talking. Nice family reunion. And, there's
I think
like...
the rescuing him part will certainly improve that.
Yeah! And then I could be like, hey, dude, could we sort out this business of you not being able to reach me, you know? You maybe run so... Oh, but if messages are being blocked here, I guess we can't really test that till we're not in the maelstrom. Fuck.
That was all I wish to speak of. I figured if we were to go forward, we should do so honestly and prepared. And I apologize for having deceived you to get here.
Well, first off, I'm hurt. Secondly,
I cured
get
your
over it.
injuries.
we're on the same page. Secondly, why were you coming to the Maelstrom?
That was where we were directed by our quests and by the guiding hands of the All-Mother.
But do you know why?
Snow had a better perception of it than I did. My mission was, I believe, largely to assist him, where we voted and decided that we would represent the All-Mother when the time arose, so we were following him based on his visions and conversations, and this is where things took us. We're not certain what next step of this game lies here, but for certain we shall find it. We, I suppose, meaning both teams now.
You don't happen to have an orb with you, a small glass eye,
No, I do not.
or brought one with you to the Maelstrom?
We have... If you're referring to the eye you showed me, we have not encountered such a device.
I don't think that eye, then, is our key to our location here. I think we have to find something here. Or, better yet, destroy something.
That certainly may be the case. I'm sure there's plenty of searching and destroying to do.
My vote is still to get to the highest island. Surely it makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder if I could just, fly on up there. Or if I'll be, struck by lightning or something.
How long could you maintain your wild shape?
I think, an hour. But I have, I can do it for, 2.
If Andor were just to remember back to him eyeballing the highest island, would 2 hours be enough to get there?
Flying straight up interrupted? Probably.
4
But
hours!
it's close.
I could do it for 4 hours. I could do it twice, so I could be in wild shape for 8 hours, mates.
We could do that. However, if snow is actually here, we might miss them.
Well, I mean...
And what if you do get struck by lightning and then you fall?
Well, if I'm still on the first one, right, and I'm falling and I got struck by lightning, I'll just change again. Or, if I ran out, I would just polymorph myself into a bird. Twice.
He's more or less saying what happens if you get struck by lightning and you're no longer conscious to do so.
I mean, that's it. That's that, I guess, mate. I mean...
Just too much apple.
I'm the...
I
I'm
believe you
mighty
said,
picking.
that's that. That's it, mates.
Yeah, that... Andor's like my translator.
I mean, there's something about me that lets me understand your accent.
Well, we did all see the giant lightning face in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Joey got a pretty good look up close.
Yeah,
Yes,
go
that
run
was-
up on in him.
Excellent. It was quite impressive.
Somebody lives here. Oh. Nope. I will not fly. I will travel between island and island. I would like to meet them. They have much knowledge of this
Well,
place.
How are we gonna get to the next island without flying there?
Well, I think we need to look through this island first, away from those giant bipedal lizards you're talking about. But I think there might be something on this island that could get us to the next one.
I don't need to sleep, at least not tonight. So I was thinking of taking the night to just keep an eye on the orbits of the other islands, see if there's any chance they intersect close enough to get aboard.
We should probably look for the other lost crew members as well when we get the chance.
Yeah, I
Alright.
would imagine that they're on at least this island. I mean, if Assyrian landed here, it's probably likely that they landed here too.
There's a point. Well, how do we wish to begin searching?
Joey can do the bird thing, that's pretty cool.
I can. I could turn someone else into a bird, but you'll think like a bird. Sorry.
I don't want to think like a bird.
It's quite
Bye.
peaceful.
Being a
I don't
crab
wanna
is quite
think like a
nice.
bird.
Turn to crab.
Reject
Yeah.
humanity, return to crab.
I mean, I could have two. Oh no! Hold on a minute. I can have one person as a bird because I can't concentrate on two spells at once. So, one bird, I can be a bird. Two people can be on me if one of them's Pip, and then one can be on the other bird.
I would prefer to stay as me.
Oh yeah, I mean it'd be best because then like I could carry two, and I could carry you, and I could carry someone else.
I would leave one person left behind.
It would.
That's right. No, well, Zappa's a child. Surely one of us. Surely could be adult Zappa, adult Pip. Not to
Well,
say
that's
that you're not
messed
an
up.
adult Pip. Yeah, no, sorry. Fuck.
You just called them child size, mate. That's not right.
Well, he called himself fun-sized earlier, so
Yeah, I called myself that.
That's our word.
Okay,
It's
that's
like
only a
fun-sized.
minute. So I was just thinking we could reduce the size of someone, but that's only for 60 seconds. So that don't help.
Well, how about this? Maybe
There is. Oh, God.
maybe we can have Joey do his plan that he'll turn into a bird, he'll carry Pip and somebody else, and the other person into a bird, I'll ride on their back, and we can go on ahead.
Get closer to your mic, Raider. You're starting to fishbowl.
Oh, sorry. So, basically, we can have Joey transform into a bird, carry Pip and somebody else, transform another person into a bird. I'll ride with them. We can go and establish a perimeter, and the ship can follow afterwards.
Well, the ship will not be leaving the lake, I wager.
It's in a lake.
I mean, as close as possible. I mean, we'll get to land, and then anybody who wants to come and assist us can come along.
We still have dinghies as well if we wish to save any magic and walk. Though
Either
flying
way.
does have its advantage.
Here's the advantage of not being chased by lizard creatures.
Well, I had that advantage until they saw me.
Yeah.
you were to retrace your steps, could you would know where they came from?
I could
Where they-
get there from the canyon we were in.
Awesome.
Yes, because we flew here, and I wasn't looking down, so I'm not sure entirely how to get there.
Well, if we go to the canyon, we will know not to go that way.
I suppose so, yes. I would much prefer not to go to that canyon at all. Though I do understand wanting to fight one of those creatures. That would be satisfying.
I mean, I could talk to them too if I get close enough, and I'm not in biting distance. I could be like, "Hey, what's up, mates? What's going on this island?" I don't know if there'd be much for conversation there. I mean, I could find a fish, and probably not a fish. I feel like their worldview is really narrow. I could find like another bird, and I could be like, "Hey, you're born and raised here, right? What's going on this island?" And they can maybe give us a tour. Or I could be like, "Oh yeah, bad stuff that way."
Well, you two, when you were flying, what did you see up there? I mean, you had to get to the canyon first. Did you see kind of the perimeter of this island? Any other landmarks? Something interesting?
I can go ahead with that one. So, you seem to be directly in the island center where this giant lake and almost this kind of crater-shaped valley is. As it gets to the... It's not like a full crater, but it's, descends slightly. As you get to the edges, that's when you see these mountains, cliffs, and canyons that seem to almost create a perimeter around this center of the island. And then beyond that, there's various raised areas separated by large cliffs and elements beyond that seem to be like almost the second kind of layer around the island. So you'd have to go beyond this kind of valley to see what's specifically is out in that direction, but you do know there is space and paths in the mountains to traverse to those spaces beyond this valley you're in. As far as in the valley itself, you didn't see any noticeable large structures.
Can I ask one more question, then I'm done with my questions?
No. Yeah.
It's okay if you can't answer this one because I wasn't there. During that whole lizard chase sequence, I'm still afraid to call them T-Rexes because I don't actually know if they're a T-Rex or not.
They are T-Rex.
They are T-Rexes. Okay,
I mean, you don't know what they're called, but...
Right. During the T-Rex thing, you were talking about columns getting knocked over.
Like stone columns, like naturally eroded. I think they're called.
Okay.
I
That
forget what they're
answered
called.
my
But yeah,
question.
it's like a pillar canyon.
Yeah,
More so than like an actual straight crack.
Because I had Roman columns
No, I got
carved,
you.
and I was like, wait, no one's asked about that. Hold on. Yeah. So okay.
It's kind of like.
I can imagine. It's like Arches National Park.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, how about we sleep on it and we come back tomorrow? Yes?
Yeah, that sounds. I mean,
That's-
yeah.
Certainly. Well, thank you for not. Thank you for being understanding.
Oh, one more thing. Good point.
Of course.
Any other things you want to tell us? This is your opportunity. Fail
I-
to receive that opportunity properly, we will not be as kind next time.
I swear to you, I'm being completely forthright.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da.
Distrust.
13 total. He lied to us, and now he's telling us he's telling the truth.
You look at him and you see he's trying to seriously convince you that he's telling the truth. And you see no air in his visage.
Alright. If you're really trustworthy, right? What's the best thing about my dad?
He has these, I wouldn't necessarily call them jokes. Quips almost. The worst potential timing possible, but I don't it has this weird way of getting me to laugh when I should not be laughing. I think that is his most redeemable quality.
Alright. What's his worst? What's the worst
It's
thing
the
about
only
him?
thing that can get Yoel to laugh.
What's the
What
worst
was
thing
that?
about him?
Well, he's a pacifist. Not to say that is a bad thing, but in the scenarios we've had, his ability to fight would have been helpful. But he is a devoted priest and beyond capable healer. He has saved mine and Yoel's lives and others several times. That would be. I wouldn't say that's a negative trait, but it's not my personal preference.
You passed the test for Joey. I trust him.
Also, hope you wouldn't think a friend of your father would be lying to your face.
You'd
Oh
be
no,
surprised.
he has mentioned your other father. I take that back.
Yeah.
He's described him as a difficult soul. Is that fitting?
Oh, yeah, I think difficult to know. I would say like complicated, like a really hard puzzle. It's still fun, right? A lot of steps.
A lot of steps. Huh.
It's a friend with more steps.
Well, I will be getting some rest and sleeping until I can feel my legs again. Rest well, everyone, and I look forward to seeing where this takes us. Kind of nods and steps out, exits the room.
All right, mates.
Also,
Ah!
sorry, I still have lost my sword, and I would very much appreciate if you could keep an eye out for it while we're on our travels.
We'll keep an eye out.
I'm just gonna ask. You're not Joey's dad, right? In a disguise.
No, he does this. No, I can't use illusion magic.
Had to ask.
Are you my dad?
No, you're my dad.
No, would you like to be? No.
No, I'm Zappa's dad.
You were close.
That's actually horrifying.
Yeah, but he exits.
All right, mates. How y'all doing? How we all feeling?
I'm actually pretty excited. I know it's kind of out of my comfort zone, but I rode on the back of a turtle. That was really cool. So I'm pumped up right now.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Go for it, Zappa.
yeah. I didn't get to send that turtle thing back home, so it'd be really cool if I could send a giant lizard thing back home.
Zappa, if we are successful in that, do you mind if I take some things first?
Oh yeah, I just send it back for the food.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that people couldn't eat, you can take.
Ooh, teeth.
Mm-hmm.
I think I could do something interesting with the teeth. If it is as big as you say it is, Andor.
It's pretty big.
Okay. I will be completely frank with each of you because we are a team. I'm scared. This place freaks me out. I don't feel like I'm on solid ground.
What about it, freaks you out? Is it just because of, floating island, all the wild magic?
It's untamed. It's almost as if this isn't our world. But it is, but it isn't. I mean, especially with these creatures roaming, who knows what we're gonna see as we go up. So, yeah, I'm freaked out.
Do you find, comfort in the orderly, Pippinog?
Have you seen my workshop?
No. I haven't.
Total chaos. Yet, there is order. This just feels like nature's chaos. And that scares me.
I love nature.
Yeah, I also really like nature.
And that's probably why you two feel much more comfortable here than I do.
Yeah, I don't know,
Well,
you
Jeff-
just... Oh, yeah, Maria?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you just swing with the punches. I think that's the saying, you just go with the punches. I don't know.
Just swim with the punches.
How many punches do I have behind my back right now, everybody?
I don't have to talk me
Three.
out.
3 punches.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
But, all I can say is the Silver Tower made more sense to me than this place. Okay, I've said enough. Good night.
And Pip, I run out.
Pip ran out of his own room.
Mhm.
It's back in.
Yeah, that's right.
It just waits outside.
For everyone to leave.
Pretty much. Pip's
Um,
gonna be polite.
Should I be, like, worried about the possibility of, like, a god interfering with communication between me and my father? Maria, what do you think?
Just the immediate, I mean, well, there's only one way to find out, right?
It's true. That is true.
In my opinion, you can't be afraid of, all the unknowns. Sometimes you just have to, face things head on.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Exactly. The forehead's where, the weak part is.
I thought it was, like, right here. Or, like, right here.
Details. Pretty much
Oh.
anything in this general area is the weak point.
I guess if you hit anything in the head, you're rocking it shit, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, well, I'll sleep on it. I guess there's nothing I can really do about it, though, too, so you kind of just gonna drink your poison and get a bed.
Yeah, well,
Drink your poison and go to bed forever.
regardless, we'll face the unknown, as a team.
That's a way to think about it, Maria. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Joey's gonna head off.
Alright.
As you walk outside, you see Pip sitting on the floor, just writing furiously in his journal.
Night, Pip and Og.
Good night, Joey.
Good talk.
Is
Adam's
Joe
gonna
still
head up.
standing there, or did he?
No,
he-
Joey left.
Okay.
You wanna just
I
dance?
didn't know. I don't know.
Stand
You like
medicine.
you look like you were about to say something else.
No.
Anna's gonna leave and head to the top deck to begin his lookout.
And or
Night,
sorry.
Maria.
What was that?
Night, Maria.
Night Zappa.
Zap will just skip on out.
Sure, no problem. All right.
Maria's gonna be the last one to go, and she's gonna look to Pip and be like, "Hey, Pip, remember what I said when you were fighting that weird demon mosquito? I said I'd watch out for you. I'm gonna do it." And she just walks off afterwards.
Pip's still sitting in the hallway holding his book just in his hands, and he watches you walk away. Takes a deep breath in, and lets it out.
Well, if I got that one watching my back, oh man, what's gonna happen?
Closes the book, gets up, walks back into the room, closes the door.
What? Andor, you go up, begin to take your watch, and keep an eye on the shifting of the islands. Meanwhile, is anyone else doing anything before just heading to bed?
Zap, not expecting like a response or anything, would just keep updating Pops,
Alright.
sending how he usually sends his messages. Just update him on what's going on.
For sure. You go and there's that worry that you're not sure if he's hearing you or not, but you're content and you think he is, and you're sending out those messages. For sure. Alright, anyone else?
Maria's gonna try and find Hyserian before she goes to bed.
Okay. You see he has kind of just found a hammock, crew hammock that's not, still intact, and just kind of just set up there for the time being. So he's taking off his armor, setting it there. Oh, hello, Maria.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course.
I get why you deceived us, and I don't have any qualms. But mostly, I had a question about, well, the divine aspect between you and I. Without saying too much and boring you, I don't remember anything from before 4 years ago when I started traveling alone.
You have amnesia.
Basically, yeah. I woke up and couldn't remember anything, save for my dad, but, but I haven't had any, divine contact, so to speak, but back when we were, first heading out, I was approached by an old man, and he gave me this rose, and she'll let the helmet close to show the rose, but then open back up.
He sees it. That armor is terrifying, by the way. Suits you.
I think it looks cool, but
Oh, it certainly is, but scary. But like I said, fits you well.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing, though. But anywho, I talked with our handler Azamor about it, and well, he says that Ultix has taken a liking to me. But I
feel you prefer the caretaker.
Well, it doesn't feel right. I don't recall anything from prior to this, but it doesn't feel right. I mean, how does one commune with the gods is what I'm trying to
You need
say.
only speak to them. It's more so whether they wish to hear you and whether you yourself are in a position to be heard. I saw the wings you spread up there, confronting the giant face. Also, incredible feat, but those. And you see he kind of concentrates for a moment, and he doesn't fully do it, but there's a brief image of the kind of glow of, not like the faint flash of wings, but also from inside, you see the area of his eyes, the mouth, the inside of his body seems to light up briefly before he doesn't fully activate it. So, you call on a divine power when it needs us most, but there are those of our kind that lose their way, in a sense, and even lose their rights to that divine power themselves, and can only draw upon what's left, in a sense. I fear you are one of those fallen. I bear no ill will against you, of course. You've all saved my life.
Right, of course.
If you're seeking a more divine path, I happily encourage you upon it, especially away from Ultix.
Yeah,
He's a corrupter and a deceiver.
And I don't really... My priority is to slay demons, fiends, the like of that. And I don't...
A noble endeavor.
And I don't think I'm a bad person by any means, but, I'm blunt and come off as headstrong, but, just not knowing is the thing that's most terrifying. I know I talk a big game, but...
Well, you share a big game as well, to your credit.
But, Anywho, I was just trying to, gain some insight into that.
Fear not. And he says he kind of like gives a big slap on like your back briefly. Like this is the metal thunk. It probably hurt his hand, but he didn't show it. Says, if you seek answers or seek divine light itself, we shall find it for you here, or somewhere beyond.
I appreciate it. And she kind of gives a smile and she'll walk off and head to bed herself.
Goes about getting himself ready to get situated. Oh yeah, it's back. The doodle. All right. Joey, Pip, anything you guys wish to do before bed?
Nope.
Okay. No?
Like, I want to say yes because I have so many things, but I can't, and so it's gonna be a no.
Okay. Meanwhile, Andor, you make your way up and definitely tired. You begin to peruse, gazing up at the islands. Is there anything else you're trying to glean other than observing their patterns?
The patterns, any differences between the islands, like if each of them have a gimmick or something, if there's any like way they connect at all.
Oh, Sam, this whole place is a gimmick. Alright, what's you tell me what skill you're using to gain information, and that might affect the information you get. And how you're observing them. It could just be perception, or if you're trying to observe other things about them, seeing if they align with any kind of natural order. It's up to you.
I think it's just gonna go. He still has Pip's Lucky Boy, so he's gonna use that and just go for
Lucky
just
boy.
Yeah.
regular
for it.
perception check. Do I get an advantage?
Not on this. You can see the rotations just fine without. Actually, the telescope makes it somewhat more difficult to see their rotations because you're zooming in on.
That's a valid point.
It's like
Alright,
it's not moving. Nope.
still there. Just a straight perception check. Sick.
Okay.
Do you want an inspiration? I'll give it to you if you want it.
I
You
wouldn't
can
mind
use it
one.
if you'd like to.
Yeah, take it. It's yours. It's gonna be worst roll anyway, so.
Natural one.
Hey!
That would have been so on brand.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's actually like one of few. Okay.
You look up, and I'll go island by island. The one you're on, as far as you can tell, doesn't seem to be revolving around anything. Though you think you determine it is spinning very, very slowly. All of these are like slow movements. And you're more so just trying to gauge in the hours that you have, what direction they'll be going. And so currently, the bottom one doesn't seem to move. The top one, you also see, remains nearly motionless the entire time, except for just the slow turn. The one directly above this one, it is the closest to the island you're on, though it is still completely overhead. It is not horizontally aligned with this island at all.
Is that the rocky one?
Yes.
I missed the ping, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, they go in a diagonal ascending.
Mhm.
But there is a point where you see it likely you'd gather it probably takes days for these things to complete their revolutions. Though based on the stone ones, there is a point where its lowest point is like almost directly horizontal with like the high cliff and mountain range you see far in the distance. Like this island's highest point. They seem to intersect briefly. The third one, let me actually see.
So when you say intersect, you mean like they
Not
almost
collide. I almost mean they get close to each other and they intersect horizontally. Like they are on the same. They're level with each other at that point. That island's highest point and this island's highest point and that island's lowest point are next to each other. there is the third island, which is about halfway overhead the stone one, so it's like a little bit higher but still level. However, it seems to rotate opposite it, and they do not come into contact with one another. The volcano one seems to be more inward and rotates slightly faster, and you'd wager in, over the course of its cycle, it would likely come very close to straight up colliding with the ice one. A bit higher above, on a somewhat wider oval pattern, there is the single island, which you do in the midst of the way it moves. The lightning occasionally gives illumination. There does seem to be some kind of large structure on it, and that one seems above the volcano island and seems decently out of reach of it as well as through its orbit. And then you're at the top one. And as you sit and watch the faint light that's coming from the top of this almost wind tunnel you find yourselves in steadily fades, and night does fall over the islands, illuminated occasionally by the large burst of lightning, flashes of blue and purple from beyond this, tumultuous border that keeps these islands in the eye of the storm. Yeah, it's about all you uncover over the course of your rest watching.
At some point during your watch, you're just gonna hear pat, 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 pat of feet coming up behind you.
Mr. Andor,
Yes, sorry.
I think you have something of mine.
Oh, yes, apologies. Ew, hand back the,
Thank you.
Turns around, pat, 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 pat. You see Pip is just in a nightgown. Barefoot, just pat, 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 pat.
I don't like that image.
I'm picturing the Mr. Scrooge nightgown, the
Yeah,
red
that's
cap.
exactly. Yeah.
Yep, that's it. With his little triangle hat. He still wears it.
Love it. Doing anything else, Andor?
No, that's it.
No.
He'll just
Alright.
try and look at the orbits all night.
All right. The long rest would finish nighttime technically, but if you guys wish, you can wake up, go back to sleep, gather in the morning, or you can assemble at night. It's up to y'all.
Thoughts?
That's night or morning.
I
What y'all
like
want?
I like day because would I be able to get my spell slot for trying to call Ridley if we went back to bed, or would it not be enough?
You're getting your long rest. I more so just mean when do you want to pick up
Like
at
when we
daytime or night?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When are
yeah.
we starting in? I say daytime.
Yeah, me too.
We'll do day. Just checking.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Eventually, morning comes. The ship has moved over, and is adjacent to the shore of the lake. They're not beached. Crew has done their best to make repairs for the time being, and now kind of just seem to be speaking with each other, conversing, doing tasks that need to be done as far as repairs go, or just taking some time to themselves. They seem a bit scattered at the moment, but still focused on the situation at hand. Joey,
Interesting. Oh, nope. You go for it.
Joey, at some point in the evening, you hear a light tap, toot, 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 on your door.
So we'll open the door. Huh?
Oh, you see the shape of Artevog jumps back as you go, and open the door. He scoots back a bit. Oh, sorry. You startled me. I just wish to stop by. I've been checking on everybody, and I just wanted to see if you were okay. We seem to be in a very strange place. I just wanted to make sure everyone was coping all right.
Oh,
We're doing a lot of repairs today.
yeah, I mean, this ship got mighty messed up, mate. real messed up, but I'm doing quite fine, you know. I got a lot of things on my mind with, like, my dad being here and, like, you know, not being able
Your
to contact
father
me.
is... Go on. No.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack. I mean, it's like a matryoshka doll of stuff, right? Just all kinds of things piling up. Yeah.
I like the idea that a Matryoshka doll is an Underdark thing. Like it's a drow people thing. No one above ground knows what a Matryoshka doll is.
Weird
Of
ass
course.
fucking Australia, Russia.
No one's the only Australian one. No one else there talks like that.
Everyone else is Russian.
Everyone else.
Joey, truly the communist.
It's
We shall
canon. I
kill
knew it.
them with these knives and poison.
Yes.
Yes.
That's Dracula. It's not. Anyway. Oh well. I'm guessing you're not all right then.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I'm doing alright. I mean, I don't have any, like, confirmation on anything, so I can't overthink and get to myself too much, but it's been worse.
I'm sorry to hear that it has been worse than this.
Well, I mean, I've been dead before, so that's pretty bad.
Catches them off guard a little bit. Fair enough. Well, let me know if you need anything. I did bring this. It holds up a book. It's like a short, skinny book. It's more of like a journal more than an actual novel. Says been trying my hand at writing while in the hold, since there's not much for me to do above deck unless the ship is sinking. Was wondering if you would be interested in reading it and telling me how it is.
Oh, yeah, of course, I'd love to read this, mate. Is it something that only I could read, or, like, can I show the people if it's, like, really good?
Only if you think it's good.
Alright, because, like,
It's
if
just
I'm sure it'll be good, but if it's, like, bad, I'll save you the embarrassment. I don't think it'll be bad, but, you know, I'll tell everyone, oh, you wrote this book, I already gave it back to you, but it was fantastic, right? I'm not expecting it to be bad, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. I'm not sure if it's good or bad or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a look-see over.
Okay. You go and read it, and it seems to be a short story. The book is not all the way full, as you notice. Like I plan to add more. That's just all I have for the time being.
I mean, it's impressive that you're writing during a time like this. I would think that all this action would not let the brain juices flow, right? But it's impressive.
I don't really sleep that often, so I have a lot of spare time.
Well,
Kind of sad when you think about it, but
Yeah,
anyway.
Why aren't you sleeping, mate?
Oh, I mean, I don't really have to.
Oh, that's cool. Wow, nice.
Well, it's the elven part I still keep, thankfully.
Oh, I didn't get that bonus. It's unfortunate.
Not all it's cracked up to be. Sleeping might be nice.
It is until, like, a god comes in and, like, offers you a deal, right?
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, enjoy your evening. Hopefully we find a way off of this place.
Yeah.
Kinda slowly backs up, like waves.
Bye!
Goodbye, good night, and goes, scuttles his way back below deck.
Oh. Alright, Joe's gonna immediately read that book.
Okay. Instead of the literature that you have been gifting him, it actually seems to be like a charming attempt at a almost this kind of like not cushy, but it's just like this little like short adventure story between a let's actually see the other animal I used already. No, it is a spider and a fox encountering one another and going on these neat little like fey fantasy adventures. They figure out how to cross a river full of electric eels. They persuade the forest spirits to show them through this labyrinthian forest. They fight other spiders who wants to kill the main character spider for leaving its home. These various little adventures that they have together.
Lovely.
It's not almost like it's not so much a children's book as it is like this kind of children-ish like young storybook.
All right. Joey is just gonna like grab his own sketchbook and draw illustrations of some of the scenes and like slide them into the pages.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yes, that's what he would be
Thank
doing.
you.
Spending his morning, and then he'd give
For
that
sure.
back.
Can I ask a question even though I'm not there?
Yes.
Does it have a title?
It's not have a title.
Oh, okay.
Or he would make the illustrations, and since it's a good book, he would show probably Pippinog next, because Pippinog has a big brain.
Okay. You go and show Pippinog. Do you read it, Pippinog?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you go through.
Oh my. A Drider? Wrote this?
Yeah, is that a racially charged comment?
Well, I didn't expect them to be one to venture into the deep reaches of adventure, create a fiction. It just adds to my research.
And Pip's like taking notes, like,
This is interesting. This is really cool. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, no, I didn't mean that in that way. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I just get caught up with things, and I think things, and I say things, and things happen, but I'm really impressed. This is a good book.
Well, I mean, a Drider was once like an actual elf at one point. So, but then they got the spider half through terrible means, terrible things, and so I'm sure at some point I don't think he was born a spider. I feel like he might have said something about it. But he was once an elf. He still got the elf part.
Right? Also got the spider part.
Yeah, but that wasn't like he wasn't like laid through an egg. I don't know. I guess you can ask. I don't know too much about him because normally it's like a legend thing, and most people don't have nice things to say about Driders.
Well, I have nothing to say yet other than he's been quite helpful. Can write. I didn't know that Driders could do that. I didn't know Driders at all. To be frank, I didn't know that Driders existed. I read it in a book. Thought it was a fantasy.
Mate, if you come to the Underdark, let me tell you, there's all kinds of things that you would assume came out of nightmares and dreams, but all very much real.
So you're telling me you have slimes?
Bless his heart.
Yeah, it's definitely slimes.
Oh, we need to go to the Underdark.
There's a lot of things. I mean, mind control-y, sucky, like, stuff like that. We got, like, what's it called when you talk brain to brain without the magic?
Telepathy?
Yeah, you got mushroom people, and, like, fungi, and I grew up around mushroom people. They're kind of like where I'm from.
I think I read there, a myconid?
I don't know, is that the pronunciation?
That is the correct term, yes.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Oh. Joey, when this whole thing is over, if we don't go, I would love to see your home. I could spend a year there easily.
It's a really big place. I mean, whole area
Well,
is
it
real
seems-
nice. If you like castles, you can stay. I mean, I got a big room, right? If you like books, right? My house is like is a library, right? It's a massive library, so you can read your heart away.
Okay, maybe 2 years there.
There's also deep gnomes.
Curse you, God. Curse
1
you
year.
for reminding me of that. 2 days. I'll drop you off and go back. But no, really. If you return this to Ardavog, and if I don't see him before you, tell him it's a really fascinating story. Really drew me in. I liked the idea of a small spider and a big fox working together. that part about the eels? Ooh, I was sweating a little bit. Good though.
Yeah, it kept you on the edge, right?
Yeah. He's a very, very talented writer.
But you know what you could do? You can write your notes on a paper and I could just put it in there. Because I'm kind of really bad at, like, recounting what people say. I'm trying to work on that, getting stories more accurately and, like, quoting people more accurately. I get nervous and I just keep talking. And then people think I'm telling the truth, so... Whew.
I know the feeling all too well. Here.
I open my book, take a bunch of notes of what I think of the book. All is generally positive. The one negative is needs title. Tears it out of his book.
Here.
Thank you, mate. Slide it in. Alright. This might take a while if I do this individually. Maybe I could get Maria and Andor together, and Zappa could read it to them. Because I feel
That
like...
would be cute.
Yeah, I feel like Zappa has a nice narration voice, you know? If he just, like, sharpened it a bit.
Zappa's been there the whole time, just like, what?
Zappa goes, boo!
Yeah,
What?
I was waiting for that. I like your priorities. I have to scare them, and
He has
then
to
I will
scare-
question it.
He has to spook everyone on board at least once. He's gotten Jasper, I think, 3 times. No, he's got him twice. He's not third yet.
While they're reading to each other and or observing this book, Pip's gonna bring himself up on deck and, using his spyglass, specifically look at the fauna, the trees and the leaves, and see, does he recognize any?
Give me a nature check.
Yeah. And if needed, regardless of this roll, he will go grab Joey afterwards and ask him to look to see if he has an idea.
Okay.
16 total.
They bear similarities to fauna you've encountered previously. A variety of trees. Many of them seem to be either like a humid climate, jungle trees. Some of them a bit more temperate as they kind of spread out up into the mountain areas. I'll say they don't appear abnormal in any way other than they are much larger than normal.
Okay. Okay.
And then when Zappa reads through the book, Zappa would have liked it. He would have seen Joey's illustrations, and then asked Joey to put his favorite Fey flower into the areas where they went through the Fey forest, and maybe just like help Joey like draw the Fey forest more accurately.
For sure. I assume you helped him, Joey?
Yeah, Joey's just like, no.
Not? No way. All right. Yeah, you continue as the group continues to add on to Artevog's short story. Out of curiosity, Andrew and Maria, did you like it?
Maria absolutely adored it. She thought it was the most adorable thing ever. Quick question though, a very important question. Is this a regular size spider, or do we have like a Charlotte's Web thing going on, or do we have a giant spider following?
It seems like a Charlotte Web sort of thing.
That makes it even more adorable.
Yeah, and I thought it was good.
10 out of 10 would actually read that.
Alright. Meanwhile, the party is reconvenes. Morning is upon you. As previously mentioned, what do you all wish to do?
Did Pip want Joey to look at the plants?
Yes.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Pip's probably standing on the deck with his spyglass, like sitting on a railing, and he's like waving at you, like, come here, and he's holding your dad's book, probably. Where is it? I know. The Phenotype Phenomenon.
Yes. Yes? Yup, right? What do you need?
This book is really good, but it doesn't have anything about like natural fauna. Do these plants look different than where we came from? I know we're in a different climate, but do they look abnormal to this plane?
And he holds out the spyglass to you.
If you want to get a closer look.
Sure, we'll take it.
Mhm.
I can also, I can ask them if you'd like.
That's right. You can talk to those.
Yeah.
But does it use some of your daily energies?
Oh, I mean it does, but if you want me to talk to them, I can.
Perhaps at the end of the day. I have many questions, but
Right.
I think we should focus on other things.
Also, why do I have that prepared? I need to remove that. I don't know why that's there. I can also talk to animal too if that's what you need as well. I mean, that's another thing I can do.
Well, perhaps we could talk to the big lizards too. They might be able to help us if they're open to a conversation.
I mean, yeah,
If they are considered animals. The only other thing I would ask of you, Joey, is you up for a morning swim?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of nervous to go down because I'm worried that I'd be like sucked on down into the bottom part. So
You have already answered my question. Okay.
all right, Joe's gonna peer at the plants.
Okay. Give me an initiative check.
Just normal.
Nice.
Gazing at them, they largely appear to just be trees. They are huge trees. Bigger than most you've seen, like, traveling. But otherwise, nothing super abnormal to them.
Right, I'm gonna be honest, Pip. I'm not from the surface, right? So these just look like normal surface plants to me.
Okay, that's a good answer then.
Yeah, maybe if it was some mushrooms, I could be like, oh yes, that's the glow kind, and I'd be able to help you, but not right now.
Well, the last time I tried to give you mushrooms, you didn't want them.
You took them off of me, and I know those are poisonous.
Your point?
Why would I want to eat my own poisonous mushrooms?
Well, for science.
I know they're poisonous. I must have eaten them at some point.
Right, but you were an alligator at the time.
Still
I don't
really
know how these mushrooms react to alligator biochemistry.
poisonous.
Alligator.
Poisonous
Mammal?
alligator.
Is it?
Yes.
Wait, alligators aren't mammals? Oh,
No.
dang. What are they? Reptile? Reptilian?
I think so. I think that was the word I read in a book. Reptile. Reptile. It's a reptile. Yes.
I don't know about that one.
Reptar.
Actually, Andor got chased by some reptars the other day, so.
So, are we
Well-
wanting to like fly around?
Yeah, I mean, that way you guys can see if there's anybody else stranded and pick them up.
Alright, who's wanting to go? Who's staying? Alright, you
I'm
got
along.
Pip. You got Maria.
Yeah, I'll go.
Who's gonna be the bad mates?
I'll turn into a bird.
Alright. I guess Maria and Andor could go together because Maria's kind of heavy. Andor, I gotta warn you there, you're gonna be as smart as a bird.
I'm out of game. I'm sure there won't be much difference. That's fine. I'll still be able to understand general goals and directions, correct?
And it's not like he's gonna be alone. I'll be on his back. I can kind of like, steer
Wait.
him.
What's your intelligence right now?
The 9.
Your intelligence goes to an 8.
He's pretty much the same. Yeah.
We're fine. We're
What's
set.
your
This
wait?
is- this is-
What's your wisdom?
like a 12.
Your wisdom goes to a 14.
Hey.
Counterbalance.
He becomes even
Chimps.
smarter.
You are, in a way, smarter as a bird.
Big brain, I'm winning again.
Oh yeah, it's big brain time.
I am the
And
greatest.
to get turned into the burns. Huh. Thought I was supposed to feel different.
Okay. Well, shall we go?
Joey will polymorph and/or you are a giant eagle.
Squaw.
Sub squad.
Joey will. Wild shape.
Okay.
And I'm concentrating.
Absolutely. All right. Who's getting on which eagle?
on
Maria's
Kawaii
getting
Eagle.
on. Maria's getting on and/or eagle.
Okay.
Before we go though, Maria would tell Ysira, suggest to get closer, not close enough to where they'll be in harm's way, but just to kind of set up a forward operating base, as it were.
So you're telling them to like set up a place on lands?
No. Just to get the ship closer, so it's not like a long trek back.
Gotcha. Yeah, they can do that.
Also,
They'll be
Joey.
sailing in whatever direction you guys go to that perimeter of the lake.
Joey would have left the book in his room on the nightstand. He would not bring the book
Okay.
with him, so he doesn't damage it.
All right.
And then that will go on. Joey.
You're fish bowling.
Oh, Zappa will go on Joey Eagle.
Okay, right on. All right, so where do you guys take off towards?
I guess since Pip was curious, Joey would fly over the canyon area to see if they would see any of the dinos.
Okay.
And just search that general side of the island.
All right, make a perception check. With advantage.
Can I? Oh, okay, with advantage.
Well, it's because I'm a bird.
Oh, can
Yes.
Can I be looking as well then?
Sure.
Huzzah! Actually, I've decided to ride on Joey's giant eagle with my eyes closed. I'm not looking at anything.
Understandable. There's too much wind. It's blowing your mustache in your face.
Ah!
My eyes!
My eyes, no!
All right. As you guys glide towards the canyon that's you encountered the previous day, you all seeing the the narrow kind of jagged canyon with all these sloping pillars of stone and archways amongst it. Gazing down into it, at the moment you don't see anything in, though on the cliffs beside the canyon, where there's scarce patches of trees and grass amongst the jagged rocks that make up this kind of mountainous border, you see a handful of shapes, like, on the side of the mountain amongst some of the grassy areas. And you see large quadrupedal creatures. 3 of them specifically seem to be just kind of slowly making their way around, almost grazing. No, otherwise, at the moment, other than distant shapes in the sky and perhaps even small creatures in the underbrush for you, Joey, with your eagle vision, those are the only large creatures you see. Though I will say, Joey, as you gaze around in areas at distance, but towards the peaks of the mountains and areas where creatures of the sky would make home, the small dots you see, you could still tell comparable in size to the form you are now, if not larger.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, back in the boat, the Sasurian makes his way through the mess hall. Where did everyone go? Did they go to the shore? It's like, oh no, they went to scout. Without me! And then it cuts back to... What are you guys doing?
Maria's looking out for the T-Rexes.
Okay, give me a perception check. Perception.
I'm gonna ask, out of character, out of game, Do we want to go fight a T-Rex, or are we scouting, looking for other stuff? I just need to know.
For Maria, in character, scouting is the most important thing. Me, though, I want to go fight a T-Rex.
I want to go fight a T-Rex.
Fear not, the time shall come.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll
Zap-
happen eventually.
Yeah.
Zappa and you want to fight a T-Rex.
It's just whether we're seeking it or will
Yeah.
it happen for something we do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maria rolled a 7 perception.
Yeah, she doesn't notice T-Rexes.
No T-Rex.
I'm just telling you what you guys notice in the immediate area. As far as... This is still like the border of the crater. If you want to scout beyond, you'll have to fly a bit past it. And see
Are
what
they-
lies on the higher portions of the island.
Is Andor and Maria following Joey? And
I
Pip and
assume
Zappa?
so, though if that's not the case... Andor?
Andor would just be
Okay.
following Joey Bird, as well as going wherever Maria's
So
steering
we're
him.
going opposite directions.
Yeah,
so we
Joe-
can have more area.
I blanked out for a bit. Andor's doing as he's told.
It was never said. It was just assumed because
Yeah.
Joey would turn around and be like,
Maria's flying Andor into the sun.
Zappa will be specifically looking for like around bodies of water to
Mhm.
look for anybody that would have come out of a different body of water than they did.
Okay, make a
That-
perception check.
That was also what I put my finger up to say I was going to be looking for. So
You can roll as well.
Okay.
Or I'll use your earlier perception check, because you're still surveying the same area.
Sure.
You gaze around for a bit, and at least in this small, like, you do notice a couple like small ponds almost that serve as small water sources. None that take up as much space as the lake you came from, but you do notice areas of water, though no small humanoid creatures that you can see surrounding them.
Mm-hmm.
Though the more you look and the more you kind of traverse, the more of these large quadrupedal creatures you see, varying in shapes and forms, and you'd have to fly down and investigate if you wanted to get a more accurate look. But you notice, though sparsely, the island around you is populated by some kind of fauna.
When you say quadrupedal creatures, do they have a very long neck?
Some of them do.
Okay.
Hey.
Some don't seem to have a neck at all.
Oh no.
Andor, would you in the morning have relayed kind of what you were looking at with the orbits at all? We didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have relayed the general gist of how they were floating, how close each of them got to each other, all that stuff.
Perhaps we go view the location that was close to the next island. Yar, went full pirate Pip there. Yar.
I stored away on the birds to get
I
a good
sh-
look around.
My mustache is lucky and it keeps me aboard good vessels. I'm gonna stop talking now, okay?
It's just that fucking Kenshiro gif where he's looking through the hay and Kenshiro's face is just in there. Except it's Jasper.
What's the gift, Raider?
Okay, let me go find Kenshiro.
Or could we screech at Andor and Maria to not be going the same direction as us?
Through a series of Pip waving this way and Maria tugging Andor this way, you can... Actually, no, you can just shout at them. He still understands you. So, yeah,
His intelligence got better.
well, stay the same. But yeah, you shout where to go, or at least to go different directions. What are you shouting at him?
Joey's a bird,
My
so.
glasses.
I can't say
Pip, what are
anything
you,
else.
Pip and Maria, what are you shouting at him?
Where do you guys want us to go? What? I don't speak bird. What?
Ugh.
Andor, where are we going?
Ah!
Great.
You got it, Maria. Sounds good. Okay, let's go.
I
I thought
okay.
she's gonna fuck off then. Just start flying in another direction.
Maria's just gonna let Andor go where he wants.
Okay. Where are you? Just random direction, Andor?
If are they going to look at the cliff where the kind of the big cliff face meets the second island?
Yes.
What direction are they going in?
A good question. I'm
Was
waiting for the answer.
That was the direction I thought I was trying to.
Okay,
Yes.
let's
go to
one
the place
confirmation.
where it was getting close to each other.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet. They're going to the cliffs, and we'll just kind of do a loop around the island, just anywhere, any direction that isn't over there.
Okay. I will say this high up, and as you go and try to do the loop around the island, this picture is on the map somewhat accurate. It's still a token, but this is the sort of crater area you're in. And then these are the areas where these massive cliffs rise up to different portions of the island, essentially. So this is the area you're in currently. Consider it. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you ping again? I didn't even realize they were
the
pinging.
island at the bottom.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The middle portion is like where the lake is. It's the largest portion, and then there's these parts that rise up and seem to hold more of the islands, like as like jagged pillars next to them. Not pillars, but like cliffs.
Okay.
And so you can explore the center area in more detail, or explore one of the two side areas in more detail. I just need to know which area people are looking at.
Nappa, do you have an input?
I mean, we can probably look over here. This would be where I would assume Joey's dad would go.
Right, so y'all are heading to that portion where it gets close to intersecting with the stone island. And Andor, which in your bird form, which do you deem more interesting?
Probably, where are we at? Probably just this one. The smaller, like, thing, but it's still kind of like the cliff area.
Okay. Need perception checks from both burbs. Advantage.
Do we keep our bird perception? No, our human perception or bird perception?
What's bird perception for you?
What is bird perception?
I think it's better than yours
It's probably better than mine.
+4.
with advantage. So just roll 2d20.
Silence.
Yes.
I can
Hold on.
taste it.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
14. All right. Okay. Andor first. As you are making your way towards this smaller, like kind of large, jagged cliffside that rises up off this portion of the island, you make your way and fly up. And you see what goes from like this mountainous crater area rises up to a almost striking long expanse of rolling grasses, plains, pocked with these, small dots of ponds and like a couple more kind of jagged rock areas. As you are flying up and about, you also notice what seem to be structures dotting areas kind of central to this portion of the island. They seem to be almost not castles, even like almost large domed tents. When I say large, I mean huge. That, and there's considerably more noticeable, noticeably fewer beasts roaming about.
Andor's gonna try and get Marie's attention to see if she notices it.
He can direct you towards it and have you notice them.
Okay. Well, do you want to head that way? Does it look like man-made or?
You're a bit far away to tell. You just see these domed structures. This is 14. He's seeing it from a distance.
Okay. Well, let's get a little closer and scope out the areas, and if it gets too hairy, we'll fly back.
And all just away, kind of like a flyby.
Okay.
As close as you can get,
You
feeling
go
comfortable.
and start gliding over these plains. Like, you see a small cluster of maybe a couple dozen of these, like, humanish sized, large, bipedal, like, lizard creatures, which, out of game, Gallimimus just kind of scatter,
Hey.
seeing this shadow pass over them, making these weird little chirp noises. You make your way closer to these structures, and you see they are what look to be tents, as originally thought, held in place by large, jagged bones and tusks strung with leather. These way too massive for any creature of your size. As you're flying over around, you also notice there's pits in the ground as well that you couldn't see from far off. You aren't sure how far down they go. They seem just dug, like, straight into the earth. Attempts to gaze down, can't quite see what's in them, and they seem to have a bottom, but there seem to be passages, corridors in between them, tunnels almost, under this portion of the cliff face. Currently, you see no creatures that might call these home.
Andor is going to land.
Okay.
Just a wide berth from these tents, but like enough to kind of be level with them.
Okay. You do so successfully. Then kind of coming to a stop, the soft grass and ground, the foliage around you is nice if you didn't know what might be lurking here.
Maria will dismount and take a look around, see if there's any inhabitants of said tents lurking around.
Make a perception check.
Yeah, it's better than what I've been rolling.
Gaze around. Don't see anything. No one's around.
Maria's going to kind of like nudge Andor to like follow behind, and she's gonna slowly approach.
Okay. I like the bird walk.
Yeah.
I dig it. Alright. Yeah, you slowly begin to make your way towards. How close are you wanting to get to them?
Not close enough, like not within the proverbial village, so to speak, but like, just kind of like on the edge, just to get a better look.
Okay, you go towards gets the outskirts, and the closer you get, the more massive these tents seem. I'll say you getting close, you can confidently say they seem made for small or not large or huge creatures. Getting closer, you see areas where bones have littered the ground, not like clustered together, just scattered, like they've been tossed or thrown haphazardly. Large areas where the earth seems disturbed, where some kind of large impacts happened. You try and creep closer, and you hear the faint boom, 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 the rumble of drums, not coming from inside the tents themselves, but seeming to echo up from these strange pits that, as you get close, you see elements of. They're not natural. They seem to have been forcefully dug, and there's areas where these like large jagged spikes of wood or bone have been lodged almost like on the perimeter, as if to keep something from climbing out.
Okay. Well, Andor,
drum-
do you... Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
Steady drumbeat continues for a few moments. Let me see. Okay. You feel a rumble in the earth. The light shake. Steady, but not as immediate and violent as what you might have felt in the canyon, Andor. You're trying to determine. You see nothing approaching from the village until you realize. And you turn. And at a steady running pace, seemingly making their way down from one of these areas of rocks and hills, you see 3 colossal humanoid shapes making their way towards you two.
Andor, you wanna get out of here?
Are you on?
She's climbing back on now.
What's your armor
Dope.
class, Maria?
Uh, it is 19.
Let's see this. Okay. You, as they're running toward you're going to get on Andor. You see through the air a large gray object. As you're about to get on, about a foot next to you, this massive rock lands, sending dirt scattering upwards, like pelting the both of you. This rock about the size of you just lands and lodges itself in the soil, and you now realize there's a decent amount of these boulders just scattered around this field, lodged halfway into the earth. You quickly hop on Andor as you see one of these other giants, clearly like colossal humanoid forms, clad in like dark brown leathers, bones. They're far off, like almost a couple hundred feet away, but as they approach quicker, you hear that rumbling sound. You see another one kind of like goes and reaches down and pulls a boulder out of the ground and gets ready to huck it. What are you doing, Andor?
Andor is taking flight, a fucking serpentine, trying to get as high and as far away from these fuckers as possible.
Okay. There's one more attack coming in. What is your armor class as a giant bird?
Oh no.
13.
Okay.
no.
Would I be able to cast a spell while we take off?
Sure.
Maria's gonna cast Shield of Faith on Andor. You have a +2 to your AC.
Okay.
Okay. Next question is, how much health does a giant bird have? Was it 26?
26.
26.
No.
Another rock comes hurtling up towards you. And Andor, just as you're getting ready to take off, a rock hits your wing. You take 22 points of bludgeoning damage as you violently spiral out of control and try and get your grip back. Maria, you almost fall off. You have to clutch onto him for a moment. You feel feathers plucked by her grip, Andor, before you just like, squawk and continue to fly away. I assume fly away.
Yes, all the ways away.
You see, like, they kind of jog forward and just kind of stop and watch. Like, just stand there for a few moments as their forms get smaller. These hulking, thick-bellied, giant creatures, tan-skinned, gazing at them, you couldn't quite see their faces, though you notice, like, many of their heads are bald with, like, bits of hair, or even, like, leather draped over them. These ugly, giant, humanoid creatures that have just tried to run up on you. As you barely escape being nailed by that boulder, you glide off and kind of descend to a lower elevation.
That's a nice boulder.
Meanwhile, Zappa, Pip, and Joey find themselves ascending towards the even greater heights of the island.
And Zappa would do mage armor just for...
Okay, understandable. As you approach, one thing to note is you see... Excuse me. As you're rising up, like you're not level with the top of the cliff, you're rising up towards it, and you see almost in the side of like this cliff itself, there seems to be a giant, like zigzagging staircase. It seems to lead down into the mountainous region that you just left from. Colossal efforts to carve a staircase, much larger than necessary for any creatures of your size. As you ascend up further, you find not rolling plains. In fact, quite the opposite. You see gray earth, jagged rocks, small clusters of trees, though few and far between. and amongst what looks to be an area of hills and mountains, you see this jagged rock formation tilted slightly to the right that resembles a large skull of rock. Within its eyes sit massive pyres of flame that almost give it a menacing glare as it sits lodged into this section of earth and mountains. Where the bottom jaw would be, you see instead the top jaw hangs loose and seems to open up into this massive cavern. As you fly up, get a better view. Similar structures of bone and leather kind of dot the entrance, almost marking it, where, almost some kind of border. Jagged bones and rocks kind of create this, not so much a fence as it is just an obstruction in the area surrounding this entrance.
Joey's gonna do a little bird head turn to Pippanog and Zappa to be like, what's the plan here? What are we doing?
Big cave, big jaw, fire, plumes. People? Good chat.
I'm a bird.
No.
I mean, we're just supposed to be doing recon, right? I don't know how close we should be getting to these.
How about a flyby, just to see?
Yeah, we can fly by it.
Okay. You go and kind of begin to scrape by. Are you flying over or just like kind of next to and turning back?
Zappa was thinking next to and turning back, but whatever Joey decided.
Joey?
The top. Is there anything to even peer over on the top, or is it just the openings, just really the mouth?
There's the mouth in the opening, but there seems to be area beyond where this, kind of jagged rock face and, clusters of rocks and a natural rock formation that seems to partially create a wall off this section of this top section.
Okay, he'll do a drive by the mouth area, because that seems the most dangerous to get the... If shit happens, he's just gonna fuck up.
Okay. You go and kind of swoop down close to the mouth, and... Let me see. Okay. You swoop down and kind of approach the maw of this, large stone mouth, much larger. You could easily just fly into it if you so desired. Though as you begin to approach... No, I'm saying you could. It's large enough for you to. You just, Zappa and Pip, totally not on board as Joey flies in with him on it.
It's like, no.
But you do see forms begin moving from behind these areas of wall, more or less. It's almost like tarps that have been sent up with this thick leather hide and bones and wood. Forms begin to move, shuffling around, peering out. Large, squat humanoid forms, heads lunge forward between thick shoulders, muscular forms but with a thick gut as well. Not huge in size, but large. That kind of begin to make their way out, looking up and seeing the eagle. You, I think, would all be experienced enough adventurers to recognize these as ogres, or at least close to them. Some even appear to be slightly larger and bulkier amongst them as they kind of just peer out. Some kind of seem to talk to each other. There's maybe a little over a dozen of them outside the entrance of this area.
Was there talking that we could hear?
Not from your elevation, though I will say you do see one that's closer to the mall back up and slowly turn and kind of jog his way inside. Mm-hmm. And see, he also noticed the form descend down.
When you say it backs up and turns, does it look like it's running for cover, or does it look like it's, is
it seems to notice you,
okay, I'm going inside.
It seems to notice you, take a couple steps back just to keep an eye on you for a moment, and then turns and jog. He looked like he had somewhere to be.
Well, ogres on an island like this. Anyone,
Okay, actually, would Pip know what the ogre language is? Like, is it ogre?
Make a history check.
I mean, yeah, would he know how
I'm
to
not sure. I'm
communicate?
sure he would know.
That's a natural 20 for a total of 31.
I'm almost inclined to let you speak, giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, their language is giant.
Right, okay.
Common ogres are known to know common or another language based on where they live, though no
Likely
telling.
these. Yeah. Okay.
Zappa, do you speak giant?
I have comprehend language.
I don't know if we should be burning spells on things like that.
Yeah,
At this
why
point-
I don't use spells for anything else.
True.
You hear a deafening sound echo, almost as if the skull formation is yelling itself, as from within you hear this long, droning
We should probably go.
of a horn. You see scatterings of large bat-like creatures seem to shriek and scatter up and out of the mouth, almost in a panic, as the horn call itself seems to rattle the surrounding area, followed by the chanting you hear as the ogres surrounding begin to go and gather supplies, clubs, this giant weapon that seems to have teeth lodged in it, various things that they seem to be gathering and preparing to move.
Let's go, Joey.
Joey, what are you doing?
Joey's gonna fly not towards the ship, but back towards where the dino cannon is, but he's gonna keep on an upward track.
Okay.
Dino cannon?
Dino cannon. Where we were
Canyon.
running away from the
Canyon.
dinosaurs.
Fire the dino cannon!
You may fire when ready.
It's Power Rangers now.
Fire.
Although he will use a key point to dash, and then also an action dash, so that he is
With an unnatural
80 feet. 80
Heck yeah,
feet.
with an unnatural gust of wind, you propel yourself far and away forward.
We're about to be raided.
Aw.
Hello,
Shadow
Silvermoon.
Legends.
Dude, I thought they had like a
Oh, hello.
microphone set up. I was gonna be sick. Gonna talk to us through the giant skull.
I actually thought that, or like it was gonna erupt something out of it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Erupted
Hey, wait.
bats.
We got raided.
Oh, holy shit, we did.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Great
Great
Shadow
people.
Legends.
It's the people from last time.
Mhm.
Heck yeah, welcome back.
Hey.
Do you have a shout out command set up, Kawhi?
I do not.
Wow.
Not yet. You could just say, "Hey, go
Gotcha.
follow them."
Yeah, follow Knights of Silvermoon.
Heck yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
Not me
Do
going to
it.
go grab the actual link.
They also play D&D.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Pretty sick.
Yeah. Do we see anything?
I mean, just other than what I just described, Joey is flying away.
Oh, okay.
I am
He's flying
Joey
to
is
the canyon.
gassing it.
Yeah. Full speed away. Where do you eventually? What's your eventual goal? Where are you trying to go?
He's heading towards there just so he can get lower,
Mhm.
and so that they don't have a visual on us anymore because Joey doesn't want to be tracked back to where the ship is.
Gotcha. Yeah, you kind of fly over and then descend down, blocking your vision from the zappa skull, and eventually coast, and you're making your way back to the ship.
Joey'd give like a little squawk to Zappa and Pippinog Thagaleo to see if they're wanting to head back. He'd like kind of like nod over to the ship area, or Just give him that look. That look. What you want to do? Look.
See if you could find a waterfall before we head back, just to see where Hasarian showed up.
Well, he also mentioned he appeared in a cave. Waterfall in a cave that he left.
Oh, okay. I imagined a cave with a waterfall. Like, you know how behind the waterfall there's the secret low,
Oh, I get you. No,
cave?
it was specifically like a waterfall in a cave.
Okay.
Perhaps, we go back. I mean, I don't know what else to look for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, other than the bodies of water, we can keep a lookout while we head back.
You eventually return to the blue glory that has made its way closer to the in the direction you guys went, towards the base of the lake. Both groups descend roughly within 10 minutes of each other. You guys get there first, I'd say, because you didn't have any unpleasant interruptions. Eventually making your way back into the boat, and shortly after you see Andor kind of flying his way, and Andor, like, right as you're above, like, where the boat is, your wing gives out, and you just kind of back into yourself. Both of you just kind of, like, skid a little. It's not like a crash, but you skid a little bit and, like, maybe lose your footing, but you make it back.
Maria and Andor go back to commit war crimes.
So what did you two see? We saw a tribe of ogres living inside a giant cave on top of a cliff.
Well, yeah, we had some pretty large guys throw some boulders at us.
It is my arm, it hurt.
Are you okay?
I think I should be fine. It just hit my funny bone, and it's hard to fly after that.
Your eagle elbow, like right at the top of the wing. Is that?
Would we recognize if they were just like straight up giants, or are we assuming they're just large boys?
You were told of giants earlier in your travels, and saw some on the distance. They certainly fit the stories.
Okay,
They were huge size, if that's what you're meaning.
gotcha.
Hasurian, like, comes rushing up from below deck. Says, "What did I miss? What did you see? Giants? Are we fighting giants?"
We saw giants. They threw boulders at us. It looked like we stumbled upon, like, I guess, like a village of sorts.
Well,
It has been a decoy,
that's a start.
like a fake village to lure people in, and then once we were lured in, they hit you with the boulders.
Hit you with the boulders.
It's the joke village.
It's the gimmick.
There were also some, like, big holes in the ground, so yeah, maybe it was just like the trap. I don't know, maybe like the giant lizards you guys saw.
In the process of flying to these two outer, smaller pieces, they are physically connected, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It is literally just like a sheer cliff face. Not entirely sheer, but like a cliff face that rises up more so than like another adjacent island.
So it's basically I need a visual aid for myself. It's basically
You have it.
like
It's right here.
this. Well,
It's on the map.
no,
Kidding.
I see that, but I'm still trying to understand it.
Mhm.
Basically, the two cliffs shot just straight up, and what we're sitting on just sunk, basically, and created these cliff faces.
That's at least what it appears to be. You don't know if necessarily if it sunk or if this is how the island's formed, but it is sheer cliff faces on the side of this lower valley that you're in.
Okay.
It doesn't look like those things could really get to us if they really wanted to, unless they jump down a cliff. But I don't think they're getting home very easily.
You did see a giant staircase in the side of the cliff.
On our side.
Yeah.
So did you guys see anybody else?
No, just the giants.
Well, the ogres, they are in a cave, and it seems like it went in and down. Perhaps there's a way to the next island there?
Yeah, they had a big horn. And a bunch of bat things flew out.
Is that what that sound was? Thought it was just more thunder.
Oh, did you hear it from all the way over here?
Faintly.
Yeah,
Really big horn.
Can we assume that they're working together? Because that's quite a distance to be away from their main camp, if that's the case.
Well, the ones we saw kind of had their head slumped between their shoulders. They were big, chunky boys. Not really tall, though. So is that what you saw?
We saw really tall guys. It
Tanned skin, leather clothing.
Through my readings in my history, would I recognize if these are giants?
I mean, they certainly fit the description.
Okay.
Giants and ogres. Interesting.
Because if they're not working together, we might be able to, manipulate them into fighting each other, and we can slip by.
Definitely work.
Well, they would have to meet here. And the ship would be in the way.
Well, the way I see it, those are the two civilizations on these floating rocks. I think we're going to have to go meet one of them. Try and have some form of communication to see if we can get an idea of what the heck is going on. Unless someone has a better idea.
I don't know if it's a better idea, but Joey can try talking to the lizards. And
It
have them
is-
stick both of them.
It is a par idea.
Joey's
Talk to
gonna
the T-Rexes.
like lift a feather and like point up to the closest island. And, like do a little hop.
You want to go just to the next island?
Well, how are we gonna get the ship over there?
We have any means of making it fly? He says, like, looking around at you, like, y'all got something?
I
can cast fly on a ship, but I don't think it's gonna work.
I think we're kind of in a situation where the ship's gonna have to stay behind regardless. And we're gonna have to make our way back, essentially.
I suppose. Are we sure it is safe leaving it here? I mean, if there are giants about and more of those lizards.
Good point.
that's what
Where are the
I'm worried
keys?
about.
I'll lock it up.
I didn't mean they were going to steal it. I meant they're going to destroy it.
Well, if us and a maybe small group, if they want to come with us, I know the Syrian wants to come, they can just drive out the boat further away from the island. And I can't imagine that the giants would have a way to come after them all the way out there.
I gotta get this answer.
Pip starts taking off all his gear and his mithril, everything. He doffs all of it until he's in his little nightgown.
Okay.
Excuse me for a second.
And just throws himself off the boat.
I love it. It's not even jump, it's just like a missile. Just...
It's exactly what he did back in that cave.
Okay.
The natural 20 and the 1, so. Yeah.
You plunge under the water.
Is there a bottom?
Not that you can see currently. The water is not clear. It is murky blue, You did and/or discovered earlier that there was a bottom, about 80
More so-
or so feet down,
Oh, he discovered the length. He discovered 80 feet.
roughly, like
Ah.
60 to 80.
Okay. Okay. Pip will then get the heck out of the water.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Actually, can everyone roll me a perception check?
Ooh. Guys, Pip's been down there a long time.
Those of you who rolled 18 or higher. Pip, you notice as soon as you're down there, you look around. You can maybe see like 30 or so feet in every direction. There was a shape moving towards you.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yep. You swim up, 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 up. The rest of you, you see, underwater, this long, you don't see the entire outline. You just see this long, sleek shape, seem to almost, turn on a dime. It didn't seem to be moving much until something hit the water, and it just whips around and begins swimming. And immediately Pip's, climbing back up the ladder to the boat, and it kind of just sinks beneath the depth where it can't be seen.
Well, that's lovely.
Nope. Don't
Whoa!
make it. Nope.
Don't you worry! You're dry.
Ah, thank you. Thank you, Fluxog.
Gosh!
I prestidigitate Fluke Song back to make sure he's dry as well.
Oh, thank you, but I'm dry.
Just making sure. There's something in the water.
There's
I'm not
always
going
something in the water.
Yeah, but this one is big. For this size of a lake?
Is it bigger than the turtle?
Is it bigger than the turtle?
It's not bigger than the turtle.
No. Is it bigger than the boat?
Nope.
No, but it's about
Half the size of the boat? Quarter the size? If I had to guess, mate.
Yeah, probably
20.
half, quarter the size.
about the quarter size of this boat.
Oh, it's fine.
No. Do you
mean-
want to go look for it then?
No, not at all. I just mean it's
Oh,
not
no.
going to. It's not going to sink us.
I don't think it's gonna.
If Joey
Um,
wants to give me water breathing, I can go down there and,
Fight it.
I would
What
pay to see
do you want
that.
to do? Talk to it.
talking in a form, I guess.
I like where your mind's at, Maria, but
Who's gonna fly up towards the other island? Or the closest one?
Okay. You just take off, start flying.
Yeah, Joe starts flying.
Okay.
oh, okay.
You begin flying towards it, diagonal angle. You're getting pretty close. You're flying towards it. You're well past the border of the island. Or well past, you're away from the island you were on, heading towards it.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, it's not getting closer. It's getting farther away. And you realize, after you've passed the perimeter of the floating island you were on to reach the second one, you're falling. And as you begin to plummet, you gaze down and see what is beneath the island that you were originally spawned on. And you see not storm, but this swirling dark void, a vortex that seems to just go on forever.
Lovely.
And you begin to fall. That's where we're going to pick up next time!
Oh my god. Rest in peace, Joey.
Alright, roll that back up, Kwai.
Yeah, do you want to roll stats now?
No.
But it's essentially, for clarification, if you're looking at the map, you went from here to go to here.
Uh-huh.
When you got here, you fall.